all right. Rise and shine. Good to see you all early this morning. Let's get it. I might do quite a few lives. Elijah Farrakhan, salute. You know the routine, city and state. I just woke up about maybe an hour and a half ago and made me some dinner. You don't want to know, my schedule's crazy. So I don't really have a schedule. It just is what it is. I have been working out at home. Have been going to the gym. I've been working out at home. I got to try to squeeze the gym in there some type of way. Yeah. Good to see you, Ross. Got an interesting conversation I want to talk about. Springfield, Massachusetts is in the building. I am representing Chicago, Illinois, aka Chirac. I'm getting it in. Got an interesting conversation this morning. There's always so much misinformation when it comes to music. Lincoln, Nebraska is in the building. Shout out to all the wonderful people out there in Nebraska. Yes, indeed. Make sure you get you a little bit of food and make sure you got your lights and stuff together. We're expecting a lot of storms in the United States in the next few days. Unless the weather changed dramatically, the forecast that I seen yesterday was pretty horrifying. Indianapolis is in the building. Naptown. Haven't been there in a minute. Virginia is in the building. Lichy. Looking lovely. Good to see you, Lichy. The Oracle. Oh, I need my fortune told, baby. Yes, indeed. I had a young lady in the store the other day ask me, would I date a young girl like her? And I was like, I don't really go out based on that. I have to kind of like you or something, or kind of be attractive and attracted to you. And it was just strange. It was strange. I was like, what is she doing? Is she working? Typically, young lady, no. Not at all. No, nope, 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 nope. I would get with a young woman if we made an agreement to have a baby. If she just wanted to have a baby for me, I would do that. I'd give her a baby. But there's certain headaches come with the younger women, depending, you know, depending on where they live at. Sometimes they live in places that they act according to how they live. So she could be cool because she live in Dakota or somewhere in Wisconsin, so she could be kind of more chilled out than a city woman. So we're going to talk about the music industry again. There is so much misinformation when it comes to the music industry. It's just unbelievable. The amount of misinformation. It's incredible. Now, this conversation I owe to Choke. Shout out to Choke, no joke. Chiggy Choke, no joke. I watch Choke all the time. And Choke stimulated this conversation. Good to see you, Leonard. I always watch Choke. He said a couple things, though, I watched this morning. He was off. He was off on that. The first thing he said was about Wack 100. He said Wack 100 is not a real gang member, but I think he meant gang banger. So he says Wack 100 is not a real gang member. He was insinuating that Wack 100 shouting on the internet is fraudulent. I totally disagree. And I'm going to start out with that before I get to what he said about the music. So he was saying that he knows gang bangers that are not on the internet. They don't do all that social media stuff. And where Choke is getting confused is people lump all gang members together. There is no particular type of gang member. And so that was a little weird what he was saying. And so because, Wack is always saying on Pyru, Choke don't believe him. I believe him. But Choke don't believe him. And where Choke is making a mistake is that Choke's never been in the penitentiary. And Wack 100 been in the penitentiary when he was young and did some serious years in the penitentiary. And if Choke think any Pyru or Blood or Crip or any gang member that has did time in the penitentiary is fake, he's tripping. He is tripping. Now, some people would say Wack is too old to act like that. That's not true either. Different people have different personalities. So you can have a gang member that gets a little older, he's kind of chill. You got young gang members that's kind of chill, kind of quiet. And you have rah-rah gang members. But you have people that are chill and people that's hyped up too. And one of the things that adds to the way he acts is what he's been through in life. And I don't think Choke is considering that he might not know what Wack been through as a child in the penitentiary. He might not understand that. So he might think it's an act, but it's not really an act. It's not an act. Wack is with the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Good to see you, Charles. It's just absolute fact. Oh, it's not an act. Wack probably goes through trying to be somewhat mature based on his age, but it's not easy. It's not easy, especially if you're on social media. And Wack is making money on social media. He's making a lot of money on social media. And he's not stupid. He knows what he's doing. But I just thought it was weird the way Choke said, you know, he's not a real gang banger. And everybody in gangs don't bang, and everybody in the gangs are not the same. So there is no particular gang personality. I don't know. I don't know where he got that from, but there is no gang personality. Wack is Wack, and he's a Pyru, and he acts like Wack 100. That's how he acts. He has PTSD. Anybody could see it. He's a cool brother though. Wack is a cool brother. You gotta poke him the wrong way. You gotta be the one. You know what I mean? Yeah, good to see you, Charles. You know, Wack is a cool brother. Got a lot of good information. He's real cordial with people. You just can't go at him sideways. He's 0 to 100. He's not. He doesn't just be going off. People be poking him, saying stuff to him. So that was the first thing that stimulated me. I watch things and they stimulate my own thought patterns, and I was like, Choke, you don't know nothing about gangs like that. So this man been in the penitentiary. Uh, for you to say he not authentic, and you crazy. Okay, he's authentic Pyru. There's no what's about it. Oh, he is definitely Pyru, and he's definitely authentic. If that's what about it. He's not running after no fades because he's older. He's trying to get a bag, so he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to jag off his life and go to the penitentiary, but he's with the bullshit though. And so I was like, Choke, you've never been in prison. You're a good guy. You got in trouble when you was young, and you got out of that. I think you should leave Choke alone before Choke brings that back up. Okay, I mean, Choke, he needs to leave Wack alone before Wack digs up Choke's past and explains why Choke never been to the penitentiary. So that was weird. I'm like, bro, you not no gang member to be talking about how gang members act. Like, you not that. Like, you from New York too. So I don't understand you talking about no California Pyru, bro. If you say so. Sometimes you gotta watch the hustle. You gotta see people hustle and get their money. Wack is on the internet get money. I mean, I don't be accusing nobody of being no snitches or nothing like that. We gotta see paperwork, and until you see some paperwork, you shouldn't be making those type of allegations. But for him to say, it's not supposed to be no gang members are not on the internet. He's crazy. Gang members is heavy on the internet. Here in Chicago, real shooters, they on the internet every day. Every day. They stay on Instagram. I don't know what he's talking about, but there's some real shooters on Instagram. There's some real members on Instagram. These young boys is really that, and they on Instagram every day, all day, as soon as they get up. They on Instagram. That's a fact. So I didn't understand what he was. I said, bro, what are you talking about? Instagram is the block. They get up in the block. You know what I'm saying? They still young. They might be gang members, but they still young. They still gonna do young people stuff. And they gonna get on that internet. That's where all the girls at. The internet is on your phone, and we used to be on the dial tone phone, and then you're on the cell phone, and now you could be on the phone without actually being on the phone. And so they're really on the phone. Okay? And the shorties is on the phone. Wack is on the phone. Everybody's on the phone. You could just do more on the phone. I stay on the phone. See, a couple of older ladies, they look at me crazy because I'm on the phone. They feel like I shouldn't be on the phone like that at my age. So I get a lot of brothers, you know, you shouldn't be out on the internet at your age. I'm like, you 50-something, keep eating what you eating. You're not going to be my age, so don't worry about it. Just keep eating your sausages and bologna, punk, okay? Don't worry about me, you know what I'm saying? I might be on the internet till I'm 110, okay? Because I take care of myself. You don't take care of yourself. So you might not be on nothing but some crutches or have a walker, you know? So don't worry about Pharaoh. Don't worry about me. I'm younger than you. I'm not no old fuddy-duddy. I don't do old. I don't do old. I don't do old. I don't do mature. I don't do that. It sounds like death. Old and mature sounds like death, you know. You're supposed to get so old and you're supposed to act like this, and then you're supposed to go to the doctor every week, then you're supposed to die. Basically. I'm not trying to follow none of those rules. You know, I ain't trying to follow that. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to follow those rules, you know. Young ladies out there and brothers, don't y'all follow them rules. Do you till the wheels fall off. Do you. You don't got to mature. Okay? First off, there's only one maturity. Let's start there. There's only one maturity, and that's the maturity when you're a child. And then you stop acting like a child. And once you stop acting like a child, that's it. It's just one maturity that usually happens in high school. So somewhere in high school, you mature, and then that's it. It's just this and that. You're a kid and you're grown. That's not no, you're grown and then there's another grown and then there's another grown. There's no 25-year-old grown and then 30-year-old grown and then 50-year-old grown. That doesn't go like that. That doesn't go like that. I guess. People say stuff like, at your age, maturity, man, let me tell you something. Maturity starts, maturity never stops. Every day you're maturing. So people don't know what mature is. When your baby starts walking, your baby has matured. So mature, there is no final to maturity. Every day you're maturing. That just means growth. So I don't think they understand, like, what is maturity? Maturity means a step further than you was. Well, that's every day. You understand? That's every day. It never stops. But they have ideas about how you should behave based on your age, which is ridiculous once you're grown, I would think. Because that, pretty much once you're grown, you can do what you want to do. So I don't know how you can be grown and then let somebody else tell you how you should act. Then you're not grown. When you're a kid, your parents tell you how to act, but when you get grown, can somebody tell you how to act? So ladies, when you get 50 years old, somebody can tell you don't put on a short skirt and switch around. How? You grown. They should mind the business. You ever see what they tell these ladies? You're too old to be sexy like that. How? How is she too old to do what the hell she want to do? That's confusing. You're too old to do what you. I thought you could only be too young to do what you want to do. I'm totally confused. I thought you would be too young to do what you want to do. You're too young to drink a beer. I didn't think you would get too old to drink a beer. That sounds crazy. That's a little crazy. I get it all the time. You know, I get these young people, you sit around your dusty granddaddy, and then you come and you say, Pharaoh, you should be like my dusty granddaddy. Like your granddaddy. What? You want me to be like him? Whatever. Bro, your granddaddy eats sausages, okay? So I'm not going to be like old grandpa, okay? Grandpa's sick and full of the trash grandma fed him. And I don't want to be like your grandpa. Sorry. I don't want to have his colon, his kidneys, his heart. I don't have none of that. His knees. Your grandpa can keep his knees and his health conditions. I'm cool. I'm cool. I don't want to be moseying along like your old grandpa. You know what I'm saying? I ain't doing all that. Get the hell out of there. It's cool, I guess. I don't know. So that was the first thing that Choke kind of confused me. Then he started talking about the music. And he was saying that when the gangster movies came out, like Boys in the Hood and stuff like that, he said that music influenced New York. And then he said, we went from conscious, positive music to gangster music, and we never went back. That's what he said. And a lot of people say that. He said we went from positive, conscious music to gangster music, and we never went back. And that's what I want to talk about, because that's total. He's just making it up as he goes. He's just making it up. This idea that our music went from conscious music to gangster music is the biggest lie ever told. Because when you say our music went from conscious music to gangster music, you're leaving a lot of music out, ain't you? If I'm not mistaken, Eazy-E is gangster music. Chuck D is conscious music. Now, what about the guy in the middle? Why you never mention his music? Why you only mention that we went from Chuck D to Eazy-E? That's not true. That's not true. What about the guy in the middle? I'm totally confused. So Chuck is pretending that black people went from conscious music to gangster music when black people did not like conscious music. Black people did not embrace conscious rap. Did not. Only a few of us embraced conscious rap. Black Americans never embraced conscious rap. That's why conscious rap disappeared. It was never embraced. This idea that conscious rap was that big is the biggest lie being told. Conscious rap wasn't making any money. None. Conscious rap, the Luther Vandross music and stuff like that had a whole show. Conscious rap only had a couple songs on the rap shows. The rap shows weren't conscious. So why are they trying to act like Rap City was conscious and you're on TV rap? Why are y'all doing it? Why are y'all pretending that we turned on Rap City and it was just conscious rap on there? When the reality is, if they're on for an hour or hour and a half, you might see 3 conscious songs. There was no conscious rap like. The conscious rap wasn't that big. It's just amazing how people are distorting the history. Conscious rap was small, real small. It was not big. Conscious rap was small. If you take Rap City and you take 100% of Rap City, conscious rap on Rap City had to be like 6% of the show. Out of 100% of Rap City, conscious rap was probably about 6%. That's a fact. Because Rakim wasn't conscious rap. Cool G Rap wasn't conscious rap. Wiz is chilling. What more wasn't conscious rap? Georgie Porgy Puddin' Pie wasn't conscious rap. MC Light wasn't conscious rap. There was no conscious rap on Rap City. Follow the Leader. They had machine guns with Rakim. Why are black people pretending that Rap City was conscious rap? Why? EPMD was not conscious. Heavy D wasn't conscious. Big Daddy Kane wasn't conscious. LL Cool J, there was no conscious rap on there. What are we doing? There was hardly no conscious rap on MTV or Rap City. Hardly none. Because I was black conscious and I had to sit there for hours to see a couple videos. But people trying to pretend that the whole rap show was X-Clan and KRS-One. Well, you know damn well it wasn't. You know, when you turned on Rap City, you heard, we're doing our own thing. When you're doing our, you know, you heard Heavy D dancing around. Now, y'all see I'm talking about Rap City? And look what this person asked me. He asked me about J. Cole on Rap City and on TV rap. That's fucking believable. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. See what I got to do with it? I'm talking about Rap City. J. Cole probably wasn't even born. Unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Unbelievable. This is the type of foolishness you got to deal with, where a person want to prove a point and they be so stupid that they don't even know what you're talking about. They just want to prove a point. And Pablo, he just wants to prove a point, and he doesn't even know the point to prove. He doesn't even know what the hell I'm talking about. I'm talking about Rakim, and he asked me about unbelievable. And so Choke was saying that, and neither one of them is conscious. J. Cole's not conscious. And Kendrick is not conscious. Kendrick is artistic. But conscious, no. A pool full of liquor is not a conscious song, okay? So that's another problem, like, okay? There's no definitions of conscious rap because neither one of them would be considered conscious rap. Neither one of them. Like, back in the days of BET and Rhapsody, Kendrick and J. Cole would not have been considered conscious. Nas was not considered a conscious rapper. Nas was just considered a rapper. Wu-Tang wasn't considered conscious rappers. They was considered street rappers. Those people wasn't considered conscious back then. Gangstar was doing like jazz. He wasn't considered conscious. He was considered a jazzmatazz, like a rapper that rapped on jazz, but that wasn't classified as conscious. If you wasn't talking hardcore black power, you wasn't conscious. Kendrick would have never been classified as conscious. Neither J. Cole. They wouldn't have been classified like X-Clan, like Poor Righteous Teachers. They would not have been in that category. They wouldn't have been in that category. That just shows you how mixed up the young generation is. They don't even know what conscious rap really even is. That's a whole nother story. They are now classifying, if it's not drill, they're trying to say everything's not drill is conscious. And that's my point I'm trying to make. These people don't even know how many categories there was. And they're trying to act like it was 2 categories. But there wasn't 2 categories. You understand? There was no 2 categories like they're trying to make it. And so Choke said some totally fake stuff. He said that we went from conscious rap to gangster rap and never went back. We never went from conscious rap. Okay? Common is not conscious rap. Common is bars. Okay? But anyway, you're trolling. I don't know if I'm going to leave you over here. You kind of seem kind of slow. Pablo, you seem slow and you seem to want to push your, whatever your agenda. So I got to get you out of here because you're not up for the conversation. I just need people over here that's up for the conversation. Not nobody that's trying to push some weirdo agenda. And so the point I'm trying to make is Choke said we went from conscious music to gangster and we never went back, which I didn't know this was conscious music. And so Choke made it like it just was 2 categories. When the #1 show on BET didn't play any rap. It played soul music. So what's up with this mentality that we went from gangster music, we went from conscious music to gangster music? That's totally false. Illuminati Congo is my brethren. I basically know him as a shorty. So I basically consciously raised Illuminati Congo. That's my man. Okay? And his music is not conscious. His Illuminati Congo is not conscious. His music is more esoterical. I wouldn't call it conscious. I wouldn't call that black conscious. Now, it depends on what you call black conscious. Black conscious was revolutionary music. So that's the point, Rashad, is that There's no clear definitions on what people are even talking about. When you talk about black consciousness, that comes from Steve Biko in South Africa. And so, Rashad, you got people talking about black consciousness that don't even know the origins of the term black consciousness. Black consciousness comes from South Africa under apartheid. It's a revolutionary music. And black consciousness is not about talking about birds and bees and skies and gods. That's not black conscious music. That's not black consciousness. That's not black consciousness. Black consciousness is revolutionary music. Rapping about being a vegan is not black conscious music. That's not black conscious music. Black conscious music is black revolutionary music. The term black consciousness comes from Steve Biko. Okay. Okay. For the young people out there watching me, because nobody's trying to give y'all any information. Everybody's talking at you and nobody's talking to you. And because they're talking at you, you begin to talk at people and not to people. And you begin to talk about something that you don't know what the hell you're talking about. And so many of these young people that are talking about black conscious rap don't even know what black conscious rap is. There was nothing conscious about Kanye rap, Dante. Kanye West has never been conscious, bro. Okay? I don't know why y'all don't listen. If it's not revolutionary, it's not black consciousness. If it's not revolutionary, Dante, it's not black consciousness. X-Clan is black consciousness. Arrested Development is not black consciousness. It's weirdo music, okay? Black consciousness. By black consciousness, I mean the cultural and political revival of an oppressed people. This must be related to the emancipation of the entire continent of Africa since the Second World War. Africa has experienced the death of white invincibility. Before that, we were conscious mainly of two classes of people, the white conquerors and the black conquerors. The blacks in Africa now know that the whites will not be conquerors forever. So black consciousness comes from South Africa, and it deals with the rising up of oppression and fighting against white supremacy. And Take Me to Another Place is not black consciousness. That's weirdo music, okay? And so now the young people are taking any old kind of weirdo music, and if it's not gangsta music, they trying to automatically say it's black conscious, which is false. It's just rap, okay? That's just rap. It's not black conscious, okay? Now, it's not the rapper's fault that your elders, whoever you listen to, haven't taught you what black conscious is. What y'all think about that? What y'all think about a whole young generation that don't even know what black consciousness is? I believe this is probably the fault of the generation who sold out for the contracts. Not true. Nobody sold out for a contract. How old are you, Mr. Sire? Black conscious rap was not making no money. Okay? No. Black conscious raps wasn't making no money because black people didn't want to hear black conscious rap. They lying to y'all. Black people didn't want to hear that. Why y'all think black people wanted to hear conscious rap? Who told y'all that? Black conscious rap wasn't making no money. These was the people making all the money. Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson, Anita Baker. They was the ones making all the money. Black conscious wasn't the big music in the black neighborhood. That's why I said Chuck don't know what he's talking about. The big music in the black neighborhood was R&B. They was making all the money. They was doing the big concerts. Nobody was going to see X-Clan. There was nobody. Public Enemy had to tour with white boys. Public Enemy couldn't come to the black neighborhood. Nobody in the black neighborhood wanted to see Public Enemy. Public Enemy toured with Rage Against the Machine in Europe. Ask Chuck D. Nobody was listening then. Nobody was listening. To conscious music. Conscious music wasn't nothing. The choke is just talking. Don't know what the hell he's talking about. They selling y'all like there was this big thing, like Poor Righteous Teachers. Poor Righteous Teachers talking about the record labels didn't want to deal with them. Nobody wanted to hear Poor Righteous Teachers. Okay? Nobody wanted to hear that. Conscious music was nothing. It wasn't making any money. Okay? It wasn't making any money. I'm not going to lie to y'all. Y'all my people. You think I'm just going to lie? Conscious rap came on Rap City. Rap City was like not even a big show. Rap City wasn't no big show. And you're on TV rap. Them was just little shows they just throw in for after school. And the conscious rap didn't even have 50% of Rap City. 50% of the videos on Rap City wasn't pro-black. Only probably about out of 100% of Rap City, probably about 2%, 2 or 3% was black conscious music. The rest of it was all just regular rap on Rap City. When you turn on Rap City, you heard dun, 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 dun. All I want to do is zoom, 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 zoom in your poom, poom. That's what you would hear. Mama said, knock you out. We're doing our own thing. That's what you would hear. And then every now and then, you would see an X-Clan video or KRS-One. KRS-One was not the big rapper. He was not as big as LL Cool J. He was not as big as Heavy D. He was not as big as MC Light. He was not as big as TL. They wasn't nobody. They was nobody. Public Enemy had to tour with these white dudes. They never came to the hood. Public Enemy was not popular in the black community at all. That's why they had to tour with these white dudes. And Wu-Tang Clan had to tour with them too. Wu-Tang and Public Enemy had to tour to white audiences. Black people was not listening to that. Black people was listening to Freddie Jackson, Luther Vandross, Janet Jackson, Michael Jackson, Prince, groups like that. Black Americans was listening to Let Me Lick You Up and Down till you say stop. Let me play with your body, baby. That's a fact. You can't tell me nothing because the black conscious rappers, well, them was my shorties. Them was the shorties. I was their OG. Black consciousness wasn't nothing, okay? Black consciousness wasn't nothing. There I am. This was before black consciousness rap wasn't even out yet. So I predate black consciousness. Now look at me. Was black people fucking with me? Yes or no? There I am, black conscious, militant, dreadlocks, way back 46 years. This is about 46 years ago. Was black people fucking with me? Yes or no? I was black conscious. This is before, I'm older than X-Clan, and they're not even out yet. This is before, this is like 1980. This is like 1979. Was black people fucking with me? This is 1979. KRS-One probably was digging in his nose. He was probably a baby. Was black people fucking with black consciousness? No. So by the time he came out, he one of my shorties. Nobody was fucking with him like that. The only people that was listening to them was us. I was the one listening to them. A few Muslim brothers from the Nation of Islam, a few Rasta brothers, some Kemetic brothers, and some RBG brothers was the only ones listening to them. That's a fact. Well, nobody listened to Poor Righteous Teachers. There was nobody. They wasn't making no money. So when you hear the brother from Poor Righteous Teacher talking about the record labels did that and that, they ain't had no audience. Well, nobody listen to that shit. They ain't had no audience, y'all. What am I alive for? This was the big show. Everybody's watching Donnie Simpson. This where the stars was on Donnie Simpson. And it was a long time before this and this. There was ages between them. So Snoop didn't do nothing. He wasn't even around. He wasn't even around. Nobody was listening to them. There was nobody. So when Choke say we left conscious music and then we're back, he lied. He wasn't conscious. Choke was not conscious when he was young. Why is he lying? Choke is just a regular Negro from the block. There is nothing black conscious about Choke No Joke. So it's crazy that he pretending that we was black conscious and then we just turned to gangster music Why is he lying? This is the lie they've been trying to teach y'all. That black people was black conscious. Then we turn to drill, which is the biggest lie ever. Because a lot of men turned LGBTQ. Let's not forget that part. I don't know how you act like you don't see them. Why are you trying to act like everybody's a gangbanger? Everybody's not a gangbanger. Because a lot of black men like this still today. This is who you like. You tell me all the time how much you just love him. P wasn't shit in New York. P wasn't shit in New York. Rap wasn't shit in New York. Rap wasn't shit nowhere. Rap had a small crowd. How old are you, Mr. Sire? Because I don't think you my age. I don't think you old enough. How old are you? You gotta give me an age at this point. If you want me to listen to you, what year you was born? Let's put the facts on the table. What year you was born? Let me see how old you was. What year you was born? Because you talking like you me. I'm 67. How old are you? Show me how you me and how you could go toe to toe with me. How old is you? How old is you? All right, bro. You don't know what you're talking about. Bro, you don't know what you're talking about. You born 1972? Bro, stop. You was a teenager. You don't know none of this when I'm telling you. You was a little boy. You don't know no rap history. You was too little, bro. I'm 15 years older than you. You don't know no rap history, bro. Public Enemy wasn't shit, bro. Everybody wanted to see Bobby Brown, Belle Biv DeVoe. They never trust a big button to smile. That girl is poison. Them was the big songs. Rap was nothing. Public Enemy was nothing. Yeah, they listened to him in New York. But New York ain't the United States of America. New York don't count. New York ain't the United States of America. That's just New York. That music was nothing, bro. Public Enemy was not the biggest people in New York. And you lying. And you lying. Public Enemy was not bigger than LL Cool J. Public Enemy was not bigger than Heavy D. Not even close. Public Enemy was not bigger than Bobby Brown, right in New York. Bobby Brown was bigger in New York than Public Enemy. Public Enemy show couldn't compete to Parliament Funkadelic. Show couldn't compete to the Isley Brothers. Show couldn't compete with the R&B singers. We talking about people that do Frankie Beverly and Maze. So you trying to tell me that Public Enemy was as big as Frankie Beverly and Maze? How old is you, foreign? Because you don't know what you're talking about either. You don't know what you're talking about. What changed the music was the formats what changed the music. When they kept changing the formats, that's what changed the music. The music changed based on the format. So when they had records, then everybody listened to a lot of records. when it went to 8-track tapes, the music industry took a little hit. They hurried up and switched to cassette tapes. That didn't get it. They came up with the Sony Triniton with the surround sound, and the music went to the TV. The music went to the TV. That's that whole rap era, the TV music era. And in that era, you had certain people on TV, but they wasn't on the radio. So when I would sit and watch Rap City, them songs they playing on Rap City, when I go back outside and turn on WGCI, they ain't playing none of that shit. They ain't playing none of that shit. They're not playing Nas on black radio. They're not playing none of that shit. Maybe if you New York, late at night, Funk Flex might play it for you. But you a damn lie if you're going to tell me during the day that they was playing that shit. They was not playing that shit. They wasn't playing that. They was playing 112. They was playing all them R&B groups. There's a billion R&B groups. So they was playing, let me tell you how I feel about you night and day. This is what they was playing. These was the big songs. The big songs was all R&B. Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson, Freddie Jackson, Luther Vandross, Anita Baker. These were the superstars. And rap was coming up, and conscious rap was in the basement. Conscious rap wasn't even the superstars of rap. Okay? Conscious rap was not even the superstars of rap. That's why Queen Latifah stopped doing the conscious shit, because she was going to fall off. So when she did, ooh, ladies first and all the African shit on, she took that shit off, didn't she? Yeah, she took that shit off because she was going to flop. She was going to flop. Because all the rap was like the third stream team. They wasn't even on the second stream. You had Video Soul. That was the first stream. Video Soul with the Luthers and all of them. Then you had Video LP. They was bigger than rap. That's where you had Keep On Moving, Don't Stop. You had them on there, Soul to Soul. You had Erykah Badu. All of them was bigger than rap. All of them. All of them was bigger than rap. And then rap, they give 1 hour show. So you trying to tell me, how you going to tell me rap was big when rap only came on for 1 hour after school and get that shit off TV before everybody got off work? Everybody get off work at 5, right? So everybody get home at 6. Was any rap on when the workers with the money got home? Was rap on TV? No. Rap was only on TV for the school kids. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. Your MTV rap. I'm giving y'all game. So if you're smart, you want to learn some history, listen. If you're making money with music, you're going to make your money off the workforce, right? And they work from 9 to 5. So if rap come on at 3, is that the big money music? No. That's why they put it on for the kids. The big money music come on at 5 o'clock on until the night, 8, 9 at night. That's the big money music. Rap was garbage. It was just for the kids. They showed it before the working people got home. The people that buy the records, that they was at work. When Rap City came on and Dr. Dre and Ed Lover and the mayor was first, Chris Thomas was the first one in BET, Rap in the Basement. When they came on, nobody that had any money was at home. Only the children. The people with the money was still at work. And when the people with the money came home, this is what came on. This was the money. This was the money show. This was the premiere show on BET. Was Donnie Simpson was the superstar. And Video Soul. That was where the money was at. Was no money in rap. So this lie that the big record labels wanted to get rid of rap, it wasn't making no money. It wasn't making no money. They wasn't going to invest no money in that. How you going to get the money back? And I could prove it. Because guess what happened for rap to make money? Do you know who was one of the biggest rappers in rap that brought money to rap? Do you know the first person that rap that really brought big money to rap? Put it into the chat. Who was the first person to rap that brought big money to rap? Put it in the chat. I'm giving y'all knowledge. Those that want to learn, listen and learn some real history. Because most of these people, nope. Who was the first person to rap? Nope. That put the money in the rap? Nope. It was Bobby Brown. Bobby Brown was the first one that rapped on this song that would come on at mainstream time of the day that put the money in the rap. Go back and watch Bobby Brown. I think it's on Don't Be Cruel, right? And on Don't Be Cruel, didn't he start rapping? That was the first rap that the mainstream people bought. So once they seen Bobby Brown rapped, all the rappers went and did what? What did Tupac do? He went and got Jodeci. They went and started getting R&B. They went, tell me I'm lying. For a rapper to make it, they had to go and do a song with an R&B artist so that they can come on video. So if they couldn't get the R&B audience, they couldn't make no money. They couldn't make no money. They couldn't make no money. Because you can't get no money if you don't come on Video Soul. If you don't come on at 5 in the evening, you ain't making no money. You ain't making no money if you don't come on 5 in the evening. Because all the concerts was still Parliament Funkadelic, the Isley Brothers. They was the one making the bag. I'm in Chicago. I'm in the blackest city in this country. And all the money was in concerts. And at that time, when the rap came, we was going into the new groups, was making all the money. They had so many R&B groups, I can't even name them. They had so many female groups and stuff. So guess which one is the first CEO? Who's the first CEO that put rappers up on the big money? Chat. I'll prove my point. Who was the first CEO in the game of music that got rappers a big bag? It was Diddy. Diddy was the first one got him a bag. Because what Diddy did is he put him on the tour with R&B. See, no, everybody, rap tours, nobody was going. But what Diddy did, Diddy had 112. He had Faith. And he had Total. So Diddy had Total, Faith, not Master P, because nobody could do no tours. Tours died because Run DMC had a incident at day tour, and then people got killed in New York at the Heavy D show, right? So nobody wanted to book rap. So rap wasn't getting no tours. What Diddy did was Diddy put the rappers on an R&B tour. And that's what opened up the door for Jay-Z and them to go on them tours. That's a fact. Jay-Z tour did not happen until Diddy. Diddy snuck Mace and the Locks and Biggie and surrounded them with R&B. So the tour was like an R&B tour, and it was just some rappers on the tour, and that's how they got the money. You cannot show me no big tours with rappers before Diddy. That big tour with Jay-Z and all of them and Red and Meth, that happened after Diddy. Because Diddy had Faith, 112, and Total. And that's why he put them shiny suits on the Locks and Mace and them so that they wouldn't be like rappers. That's why he cleaned Biggie up, because rappers wasn't making no money. Rappers wasn't making no money. So Tupac, that's why, how do you want it? How do you feel? That's why he had to go get, if he didn't go get Jodeci, Tupac wouldn't be shit. Tupac wouldn't be shit without Jodeci. He had Carl Thomas too. Tupac wouldn't have been nothing without Jodeci. Because rap wasn't making no money. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I come over here for my subscribers to learn. I don't come to push my agenda or I come to push the real history. I don't got nothing to do with the history. I don't got no dog in the fight. I just come to so y'all know the real history, so y'all won't be listening to motherfuckers that's only 50 years old that don't know what the fuck they talking about. You had to be a grown man at that time to know what's going on. I was older than rap. I dressed Bobby Brown. That hat he have on, that I sold him that hat. That leather short Rasta hat, who you think he got it from? Who you think dressed him? I used to dress the rappers. That's a fact. Anybody will tell you that know me. I used to dress the rappers. I was the one dressed them. And so then Death Row and everybody took that formula and said, okay, this is how we're going to get in the game. And then the older generation started dying off. So that's how rap took over. So Choke just talking crazy. Rap took over because the older generation, the Anita Baker, the Freddie Jackson, the Luther generation stopped really listening to music. And music got off of TV and went into the car, and everybody started putting all these fancy sound systems in their car, and then it went to CD. So now CD is big, and now your car is your main place for music, and that's when rap blew up. Nobody wanted to sit and watch the TV. We all went to the car. So by the time Biggie come out, we in the car now. We ain't watching TV no more. We watching TV for LL Cool J, Heavy D, that era, Rakim and them. We watching TV. But by the time Biggie and them come out and Mobb Deep and them, we ain't watching TV like that no more. We in the car now. This is real music history. We in the whip now. CDs is the big thing now. Everybody in the record store trying to get Pac's new CD. Nobody gonna watch, nobody in the house no more. That's over with. No more Sony Triniton, no more surround sound. And the TV crashed, and the TV would have died out if it wasn't for 106 in Park. 106 in Park saved rap. 106 in Park saved the whole rap on TV. If it wasn't for 106 in Park, rap would have been done on TV. But what 106 in Park did was smart. They got rid of the old rappers and they went and got the kids. Because Bow Wow was Mr. 106 in Park. So they had Bow Wow, They had Master P Son on there. They had all the babies on there, and they had the kids in the audience. So they turned it to a kiddie show. And then on the weekend, they had Teen Summit. So they said, okay, we can't sell grown rap no more. Let's make it after school. So they switched up BT and made it after school 106 in Park and made it after school rap. Because Rap City was dead. Rap City was done. Nobody wanted to sit and watch this shit no more. It was over with. That generation was dying out. So Choke is not telling the truth. The music changed because the generation outgrew music. There was no record label. The record label got to do what the people want. The record labels don't run shit, y'all. The record labels just smart enough to see the change, and they got to flow with the change. And everything was changing. And younger people was coming up. So now they pushing Jodeci in there. Jodeci and all, and they push New Edition right out the way. Now it's Jodeci and all them little shorties coming into the game. They came into the game and took the game over. And the older people, they just had to go. And they switched the whole game up and made the game. The only way you was gonna make money, you had to have it have to be R&B or it had to be gangster drug selling music. That's it. So you say, so they manipulate the neighborhood with drug selling music? No. When you selling music, you got to sell it to who got the money. Who had the money? We did. We was the ones selling the drugs. So they started making music for us because we the one going to go in and buy 10 CDs. We're going to go buy 10 Biggie Small CDs and go back to the spot and give them to the guys. So you're going to market who got the money, and we the ones had the money. So they started making music for me. Because in that period, I had went to the dark side. I didn't want to hear no motherfucker don't believe the hype. I didn't want to hear that shit no more. I wanted to hear 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's the 10 crack commandments. 1, that's what I'm listening to. I'm not trying to hear none of that shit no more. I'm outside juggling. Okay? I'm just telling you the facts. So they start marketing to us. We the ones had the money. They start marketing the Jordans and the CDs to the ballers. All over from New York to LA. What was it? Everywhere you went, they could put a radio in your car. Remember the sound system place was everywhere. You pull in, they put a system in your car. New speakers, everybody buying CD changers, remember? CD changers came right after the Sony Triniton and Poor Righteous Teachers, and then we went straight to CD changers and back in the car. And the Jamaicans had the little TVs in the car. So the Jamaicans the one turned up the car game. The Jamaicans and the Mexicans turned up the car game. The Black Americans, we was just buying nice cars. It was the Mexicans and the Jamaicans that turned up because the Jamaicans had the Maximas and the Beamers. Right? Remember, they had the Beamers and the Maxi. And they was the ones that putting the TVs in the headrests and shit. And at that time, the two cultures was mixing. Because at that time, that's when they had Caribbean soul. So we seeing Shaba and shit. Y'all know the history. Remember the history? So now we seeing Buju Banton. We seeing Shaba, Maxi Priest and Shaba. Remember? So the whole culture started changing. So now everybody wants CDs. Nobody don't watch TV. TV was over with. Nobody want to watch TV. Everybody moving now. The only one who watch TV is the kids. So they have 106 in Park. So when you hear people talking about, when I hear Choke say that we went from conscious music to the gangster music and then we never went back, that's a lie. That's a lie. We went from the conscious music. It's a lie because we wasn't ever listening to the conscious music. Back in that day, you had different audiences. So the black community, during the KRS-One era, we had the black conscious audience. We had the alternative audience. Those are the ones that liked Erica Badu, India Irie, Soul to Soul. We had that group. Then we had the young people that like New Edition and shit. And then we still had the old people that still liked Frankie Beverly and Mays, the Isley Brothers, Anita Baker, and that group, Mariah Carey and that group. So we had like 6 audiences in the black neighborhood. That's why BT had Video LP, Video Soul, Video Vibration, right? Rap City. They had to have 4 shows because back then we had 4 different audiences of black people. Because a lot of us, we was listening to mostly reggae. Because they had began to develop a reggae audience too. So there was not like Chuck trying to say just 2. There was no 2 audience. He trying to say, I was like, what does he talk about? He too young too. He talking about we went from conscious music to gangster music. No, we didn't. We was listening to Anita Baker. What's he talking about? Black folks were living, giving you the best that I got. That's what black folks listen to. What's he talking about? He tried to make it like the black community was all listening to conscious rap, and then the black community all started listening to gangster rap. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's false. Gangster rap was not as big as Anita Baker and them either. Not at all. Tupac wasn't bigger than Jodeci. Man, Tupac was not bigger than Jodeci. He got big, but he wasn't bigger than Jodeci. He wasn't bigger than H-Town. Y'all done forgot? Y'all trying to tell me that gangster rap was bigger than Boys and Men? You crazy. Choke talking crazy, okay? Gangster rap was not bigger than, come on, man. Gangster rap was not bigger than dong, 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 dong. Not even close, like not even close. Here's dong, dong, and here's rap. I'm just telling you, there's not no comparison. You gotta be kidding me. Rap wasn't messing with them boys. Them boys was the superstars. Rap was not messing with R. Kelly. Not at all. Rap was not messing with Janet Jackson, Michael Jackson, Freddie Jackson, Anita Baker. Rap was nothing compared to that music. It was a long time before that music died out and rap took over. I don't know why people telling false scenarios and our children gonna grow up and they not gonna know their own black history. We ain't gonna even know our own black history. Rap was not that big like that, man. It was a long time. Rap wasn't bigger than Troop, Hi-Fi, En Vogue. Come on, man. Hold on to your love. That was huge. MC Hammer was big, but MC Hammer was big because the babies. They don't tell that part too. I'm glad you said that. You know why MC Hammer was so big? Because the little 3 to 9-year-olds, they don't tell that. They make you think they don't tell the truth about Hammer. The reason Hammer was so big because the kids loved him. So it's like when we would have a family function, you know, you have a family function with the adults and all the kids. When Hammer would come on TV, all the kids would run up to the TV. I don't know what it was about him. I don't know what it was, but the kids loved Hammer. So what happened, the reason Hammer was so big, because what parents gonna do? They're gonna play the music that what? That their babies like. They don't tell that. Hammer had the kids on lock. I'm talking about your little baby 2 years old, your little baby that just learned how to walk, run up to the TV. I swear to God, your baby 11 months, and I don't know what it was, but when Hammer come up, your baby run up there with that bottle. I guess it was because his dancing and the way the music was and all them people. Remember he had all them people? I don't know what it was. And the kids, man, he had the kids on lock. They don't tell the truth about Hammer. You know what I'm saying? They don't tell the truth about Hammer. Hammer had 1 billion people on stage, but it was also Hammer, Hank, Hannah. And I think the kids, the beat and everything. You know what I'm saying? It was like a cartoon because, you know, it was bright, you know, with a lot of people and a lot of stuff moving. And the music was dun, 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 and the kids, you know, it's fast. You know, the kids, I know he had my kids on lock. I mean, all the kids over here, the TV over there, they ain't paying no attention. As soon as Hammer come on, it was tripped out. Soon as Hammer come on the TV, all the kids run up to the TV. They be just looking like this. And then they watch them. And kids are smart. They watch them and then they start. It was tripped out. Yeah, it was a repetition. That's why he was really that big. They don't want to tell the truth. Dude was fired too. But this whole scenario, they got to stop telling this lie that the music went from this to this. That's a lie, man. That's false, man. That's false, man. That's false. That's absolutely false. This music was not was competing with this music. This music was competing with dude. And they keep lying to our people and teaching our people false narratives about the music. And it ain't healthy to be teaching our kids these lies. You know, they teaching our kids lies. And how our children gonna know anything when we lying to them and ain't telling them the real history? You know, that's not cool, man. Tell our children the real history. You know, come on, man. Tell our children the real history. Stop lying. They do the same thing with Sexy Red. The same thing. The same lie. The same lie. They do with Sexy Red. Another lie. Man, our music used to be positive. Man, what? What are you talking about? Tell the youth the truth. They lying. Because my mom and auntie and them ran around the TV when Tina Turner came on. And she was naked. Tina Turner was the Sexy Red, gyrating with no clothes on. Now all of a sudden you act like she the worst ever. Tina Turner was doing that for my mama. Okay? And in our generation, okay, we gonna keep it real. The first Sexy Red in my generation that made that music like that, the first big booty we seen like that, right? It wasn't Sexy Red. It wasn't Betty Davis because, We had a bunch of women back then, but I'm talking about in the modern times, when you got BET and all of that. The first big booty sexy red that took it, that showed her ass like that, was Adina Howard. Because I remember just staring at that ass like, damn. Adina Howard was the founder of this modern day this stuff. All Trina and all them followed her. The three girls, all of them followed Adina. They was all kind of sexy, but they didn't go wild. TLC, they didn't go wild. This was the first one went to the next level. That's a fact, because I remember looking at Shorty like, damn. And she like, I want a freak in the morning, freak in the evening, just like me. Right? The first one in modern times. This was Sexy Red. This was our Sexy Red. Because we had some sexy women. And Millie Jackson used to talk crazy. But wasn't nobody getting on TV like that. Millie was just on record. So Millie Jackson, we talking about the video era. Stay with me. We ain't talking about the song era. Sexy Red is not the song era. Sexy Red, we talking visuals. Everybody used to dance a little sexy. TLC danced a little sexy. All them. Y'all talk about the song era. Stay with me. We talking about video. Sexy Red is video. She not record. We're not talking about the record era. Right? And Patra, nobody knew her but the Jamaicans. Okay? So Patra, nobody paid no attention, because Black Americans really didn't pay that shit no lot of attention. For Black American music, Salt and Pepper and TLC, it wasn't as hoish. It was more artistic with just dancing. So I wouldn't say them, because a lot of women was dancing sexy, but they kept it in a way where it still fit under dancing. Adina was the first one, was straight up hoe, was a hoe. She the first one came out like a hoe, not no sexy dancer. She the first one. Because they was all out when she came out. She shut the whole internet. She shut the whole TV down. Y'all don't remember? She shut the whole TV down. We had Foxy Brown and Kim did the covers. But when they was performing, they wasn't performing like this. They wasn't performing like that. My memories, I know. This the first woman I looked at like that. I didn't really pay them other women that much attention. I didn't pay TLC a lot of attention. Or Lil Kim or Foxy Brown. I just thought they could rap and shit. HWA never made it. I'm talking about on BET. Okay? This was the first Sexy Red. This was the first over the top. For sure. Adina Howard. I ain't gonna forget it, because nobody had no booty like that back then. Nobody had no ass like that. Nobody. Back then, that was a big ass for back then. Nobody had no ass like that. Lil Kim didn't have no ass like that. Foxy Brown wasn't showing her ass like that. They was all dancing from the front. This the one that came and put her booty up in there. You know what I'm saying? Janet was like theatrical. Janet wasn't no straight hoe. This one was a hoe. Go listen to her music. Look, it's like, do you want to ride? Like, whatever. I'm just telling you. She like, I want a freak in the morning, freak in the evening, just like me. Straight up. I swear to God. She was the first one. I'm a man, so I know what I've seen. She the first one that I looked at. I didn't look at none of them other women like that. I didn't look at Foxy Brown like that. I didn't look at Lil' Kim like that. They little covers was seductive and stuff, but it just looked like regular music. She was the first one got on stage like a hoe. She was the first one. Because back then, everybody would show their breast and their front. Nobody was really highlighting their ass. This was the first woman that put the booty in the game. Because it was only two acts that did that. Y'all know I know the real, her and Doodoo Brown, because I used to run to the TV. I was growing up, run to the TV when Luke came, because Luke was the first one to highlight ass. But the women wasn't famous. So I can't name them because Luke was famous. But Luke was the first one that had the sexy red women, though. Luke was, come on, who had women, talking about Doodoo Brown had all them women dancing, facing backwards. Nobody was doing that. All the women was dancing from the front. Luke was the first one to have women dancing backwards. But we don't know these women names. But Shorty came out, and I was like, who the hell is that? She was fine as hell, too. These pictures don't do no justice like seeing her live on the TV back then. She looked way better than this, but maybe it's because now we used to it, and we probably wasn't used to that. But she really the first one. So I don't know why, and Tina could only be on Ed Sullivan and shit like that, so we didn't get to see Tina like that. You know what I'm saying? My mom and them would gather around the table to see Tina, though. You know what I mean? But Luke was really the first one to have women like Sexy Red, but the first real Sexy Red that was not like, oh, I could rap, I could sing. Because Kim was still like, I could rap. Foxy Brown was like, I could rap. But old girl was like, I'm a freak. She was like, I fuck singing, Her shit was like, she was like, man, don't worry about if I can sing. I'm a freak. I'm a straight freak. You know what I'm saying? All the rest of them was rappers, so we would still pay attention to their rap. This was the first one like, listen, I'm not up here to sing, really. I'm not up here to sing. I'm up here for you to look at my ass. That was her whole act. Her whole act was just sex, and she was the first one to highlight her ass. Is that I could think of as a performer. She the first woman to highlight her ass. Because Foxy Brown and Kim took they highlight, they highlight between their legs is what they highlighted. Try to show you how fat that cat was. Wasn't nobody highlighting their booty but Luke, but then he wasn't the performer. This is the first female performer that put ass in the game. Unless I'm crazy. Because I never took my eyes off of her when she would perform. I thought it was amazing. I ain't gonna tell you no lie. I was like, ooh wee. I had never seen no shit like that before. I was like, I ain't never seen no shit like that. Man, look at her. She blew up just on that. Man, Shorty blew through the roof. She got rich just on that. She was in the game and gone. She clocked the bag and was gone. She the first one. So I'm like, man, y'all lying. Yeah, but then nobody know him. It was women in the videos, but this was the first star. All the rest of them was video vixens or was rapping and still trying to be a rapper. See, one thing about Salt and Pepper, they was still trying to rap. They was still trying to be performers. Tina was still trying to be a rapper. Foxy Brown and Lil' Kim was still trying to be a rapper. Adina Howard was like, look, I'm a hoe. At least that's how it came out to me. She was like the first hoe in the game. For real. She like, I'm a hoe. I'm not a singer. I'm up here for you to see my ass. That was the vibe was. I was like, damn. So I don't know why everybody mad at Sexy Red. This stuff been going on. It's just entertainment. You know what I'm saying? I don't see what she doing nothing no different in black culture than we've been doing. They could just say more. Everybody wanted to say more. When people mad at what the youth say, that's phony. Because when we was coming up, we wanted to say that they just wouldn't let us. So we had to say that cat chap is a bad mother, shut your mouth. But we wanted to say that was a bad motherfucker. If we could have said that cat chap is a bad motherfucker, we would have. We would have did everything these shorties doing. If we could have, we would have did it. All you shorties out there that's doing all that wild shit, take it from me. Let me tell you, we would have did it if we could have. Don't let these people lie to y'all. Try to act like we was all squeaky clean. We was forced to be squeaky clean. We was bad just like y'all. If we could have did what y'all doing, we would have did it. We would have did it. If I could have done like these shorties, I'd have been all in the video with Glocks and shit and Uzis and shit. I would have been all in the video with guns if I could have. If I could have. If I could have, I would have did everything the shorties is doing. They ain't doing nothing that we wouldn't have did. It's a natural progression. That's all it is. Sexy Red is doing exactly what Tina Turner wanted her to do. You know what I'm saying? She doing her. You know what I'm saying? I like Sexy Red because Sexy Red is good for our daughters because she got confidence. I like Shorty. She got confidence. It used to be a time a woman like her wouldn't think she was pretty. You know what I'm saying? But she like, fuck y'all. You know what I'm saying? That's what I like about the young people music. They got extreme confidence. We got Vaughn from 1700. He on there with some big old nerd glasses on, rapping gangster. It's fantastic. I ain't never seen nothing like this. It's crazy. I like the shorties. They'll learn. They'll go to jail and chill out. They'll go to jail. It'll change when they get locked up. They don't know no better. Them still our babies, though. Them still our babies. But come on, y'all stop pretending that drill music replaced conscious music. Conscious music was trash and still is. Conscious music is trash. You ain't got no conscious audience. Choke talking about bring back conscious music, but Choke was never no black conscious dude. That's real phony. For those of us that were really black conscious and we see you and you not that, but you all on here talking about bring back something that don't even reflect you, that's the phoniest shit in the world. I see so many brothers talking about you want a music that don't reflect you, that you ain't nothing like this, but you want to hear somebody rap this type of music, but you not like this. So I'm confused. So what you want to hear for? You ain't standing on shit. So you got all these regular ass brothers with slave names and everything. Don't eat right, ain't standing on no revolution, ain't standing on no Pan-Africanism, ain't even standing on reparations. But you claim you want to bring conscious music back, but you ain't conscious. Because if we had that many conscious people, conscious music would be back because it could make money. Conscious music not back because ain't nobody gonna buy it because you're not conscious. You're not conscious. You're faking. You don't hear saying you want something back. You want to hear some music and you ain't gonna follow none of the directions in the music. What I think about Robert Johnson music, who the hell is that? Let me see who that is. He must suck. If I ain't heard of him. What Robert Johnson? You mean old Robert Johnson? That Robert Johnson? Bro, I'm born in 1958. I don't listen to that shit. What are you talking about? Bro, I'm born in 1958. When I was in first grade, you know what I was singing, right? Y'all know what I was singing in 1958, right? When I was in first grade, I was singing A, B, C, simple as do, re, mi. 1, 2, 3, baby, you. That's what I was singing. Stop the love you say may be your own. Darling, take it slow. I had my own style. He was my age. That's what I was fucking with. I had my own. I ain't had to listen to Smokey Robinson. I had somebody my age. You know what I'm saying? Michael Jackson. You know what I'm saying? We was kids. We loved Michael Jackson because he was our age. Imagine you a little boy and you in first grade and it's a first grader singing with a big ass afro. Boy, and he had the Jackson 5, man, you couldn't tell us nothing. I'll be there. Man, we thought we was doing something. He my age? Oh, yeah. Yeah, later for Smokey Robinson, later for everybody. Everybody had to take a back seat when the kids had their own stars. We got our own stars now, Daddy. We don't need yours no more. Now, we ain't had no cameras and shit. They used to have them cameras where you shoot the picture, you got to fan it, Polaroid, you pull it out, and then it show. You know what I'm saying? They ain't had no cameras back then. We ain't had cameras. That's why we could beat y'all up. That's why I could still beat a lot of y'all up, because we was rough. We went on the phone. We was out baseball, basketball, football, boxing. You know what I'm saying? With the hands. You know what I'm saying? Y'all like this. Y'all got finger work. Twitter finger ass niggas. No, we was rough. We outside popping willies, riding the 5 speed, riding the 10 speed, flipping, doing flips in the sandbox, baseball, basketball, whatever they doing on TV. We was physical. You know what I'm saying? I could probably knock all my sons out. I could probably whoop my sons. I probably knock them out cold. I could probably knock them out. Because we box for fun. You know what I'm saying? We box every day, all day. That's all we did was slap box, 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 slap box. When you practice something a long time, you just be good. Your hands just be fast. My hands is just, that's what I do. Can you really hit me? You think you can hit me, but really, can you hit me? When you swing on me, can you really hit me? No, you're going to miss. You're going to swing. You're going to be like this, and you're going to catch, and you're going to be on the ground. You play with wrestling men, so you probably try to grab me, you know. You play with wrestlers. You know what I'm saying? Y'all ain't got no hands like that. Y'all ain't got that. That's something you have to do. Like me, I could still get on the bike. I probably could outride my kids on the bike too. When you do stuff like that from 5 years old your whole life, you never forget. You never forget how to roller skate, how to ride a bike, how to flip in the sandboxes. There's some. Right now, I could probably swing and jump out the swing right now. Somebody put up $500. I get on the swing, go high, and jump out and land on my feet. It's when you do that just your whole life like that, you just be that. We used to slap box. That's how we had fun. We boxed. We boxed for fun. Slapping each other as hard as we can. We was tough. I'm slapping your boy, slapping you. Pow! You, pow! Pow! Ain't nobody crying and shit. You know what I'm saying? A lot of we got some athletic kids, but we got a lot of we got a lot of fat kids. We got a lot of kids. We got a lot of diabetic kids, right? It's kind of sad. We got a lot of kids diabetic. Yeah, we got a lot of overweight children. It's sad. That's sad. We got a lot of overweight children, overweight young men. You go up to the high school, you be like, damn, all these fat freshmen and sophomore, they trying to put him on the football team. Know that boy gonna mess around, have a stroke out there because he's fat. They think he can make it on the football team, and they got his fat ass out there. Everybody running around there. He walking. He can't. It's like, bro, how you gonna play football? He ain't. When I used to grow up play football, we didn't have no fat dude on the football team just because he's fat. You really had to be strong and really be a football player. We wasn't with that. Oh, you could be on the football team just because you fat. You had to be strong. You can't be no fat ass linebacker. How you gonna stop, man? Push you out the way and go get the quarterback. Your fat ass, I'll shake you and get around you. Like, how you gonna stop me from getting to the quarterback? You know what I mean? How you gonna stop me from getting to the quarterback and you fat? Go this way. When you go that way, you fat. Once I push you your way, you gonna keep going that way. Push you, elbow, you go get the quarterback. Like, bruh, what? And then you ain't got no kids to play with. So it ain't all your fault because y'all ain't having no babies. You gotta have a lot of babies for the babies to be fast and strong. They gotta have a lot of people to play with. So when you ain't got no lot of children to play with, you can't play. You can't ride a bike, and it's only 3 boys on the block got a bike, as good as 10 boys on the block got a bike. Then you got 10 boys on the block got a bike, we could ride the hell out them bikes. That's all we do is ride bikes. Now, the young generation, the young brothers, they got some strong thumbs. Because this where they be in the house. You know what I'm saying? They ain't physical. They on the game. This only exercise they be getting. You know what I'm saying? Like, God damn, y'all gonna all be diabetic. You know what I'm saying? But y'all stop letting them lie to y'all that some secret society got rid of conscious rap and all that. Poor righteous teachers, they wasn't that good. If you look at the rap groups, they wasn't all that. They couldn't keep the group. Look at Lord Jamar group. The pudgy one left as soon as they got together. See what I'm saying? So just think about that. The Brand Nubians talked all this pro-black unity shit, but the group didn't stay together. Who the fuck gonna listen to Brand Nubians when one of your guys left and you're gonna get on one for all and all for one? No, it wasn't all for one because Grand Pooba left, man. So your music fake. You're on your record talking about one for all and all for one, and then he leaves. I thought y'all said one for all and all for one. And Grand Poopa said, fuck y'all. You know what I'm saying? I'm confused. Gotta understand now, I'm older than them. So I was day OG, so I'm watching them. And really, that black conscious rappers, they the ones dropped the black conscious ball. They the ones fucked black consciousness up, to be honest with you. X-Clan, KRS, one of them, they the ones ruined the black consciousness that we started in the late 70s. They the ones killed it. Chuck D killed it. Poor Righteous Teachers was all right. But X-Clan, fucked up black consciousness. Brand Nubian fucked it up. Public Enemy fucked it up. They actually destroyed black consciousness because Chuck D get up there with a goddamn crackhead, NOI and a crackhead. Where they do that at? If Public Enemy was black consciousness, Flavor Flav would have never been on the stage. You can't be black consciousness and have a clown in the group. So all that we worked for the bill, they came and destroyed it. Because the black conscious movement, we built that. It wasn't built from music. That was built real hard work. Outside, we built that. And this next younger group came in trying to take it into the music and just fucked it up. Paris started robbing banks. You could tell he was fake the whole time. Then Arrested Development with some weirdos. So they started bringing weirdos in to take out the revolutionary side of it and got niggas dancing with flowers and beads and shit on. Do I look like I did flowers and fucking weirdo shit? We was revolutionaries. So they start bringing in all of these esoteric motherfuckers. Start talking all kind of esoteric shit to take the struggle so you ain't talk about the struggle. That little weirdo dude from Arrested Development, he used to come to the Wild Hair in Chicago. Try to come up and talk to me. I was looking out like, get your bitch ass out of my face, little boy. You know what I'm saying? Fucking weirdo. What is this? I was just looking at dude. Like, I should slap you. You know what I'm saying? You should be arrested because you underdeveloped, motherfucker. Get your ass out of here. That fake shit. Yeah, speech. He was always come to Chicago, try to talk with the weirdo. You know, it was always a difference between revolutionaries and hippie. You know, you used to get these black hippie motherfuckers want to be like white hippies and want to try to act like that's pro-black because you's a fucking trying to be a hippie. It's the difference between a Rasta and a hippie. So when you see these old hippie type Rastas, come on, man, we revolutionary. I ain't no motherfucker hippie. That's speech. He a hippie. Or that other weirdo, Talib and his partner. Most deaf weirdos. Like, what? So they start bringing in the weirdos. I say that's black consciousness. And then my brothers and sisters don't even know what black consciousness is. Disrespecting Steve Biko and shit. You know what I'm saying? It's sad, man. It's a sad day when you got people talking about black consciousness and they don't even know what black consciousness means. They don't even know what black consciousness means. They just talking. How many people y'all think know that Steve Biko created the term black consciousness and it is a revolutionary concept that's got something to do with the freedom of black people around the world and especially in Africa? How many people know that? So by the time Sarnetta and them come talking about the conscious community, that's why they was some fraudulent ass niggas. Wasn't nothing conscious about Sarnetta. That ain't even his name, Sarnetta. And so in real consciousness, you can't get no fake name and then just have that and still have your other name. You really got to change your name. So you can't come talking about no Malcolm X, but you ain't Malcolm X. The X meant you got rid of your slave name and you use the X until you pick a name. Until you pick Shabazz. Then you change your name. So when you come around me with a slave name, talking about Malcolm X, Malcolm X, Malcolm X, I'm looking at you crazy. You's a fraud. Rakim wasn't black conscious. Rakim was bars. Rakim wasn't black conscious. Rakim was a broke rapper that could rap his ass off that was being funded by a drug dealer. by the name of Eric B., who was a street nigga for real. So wasn't nothing conscious. That money was drug money. That wasn't Rakim change. Eric B. dressed him. I ain't trying to be disrespectful. Eric B. dressed him. That's why as soon as Eric B. left, look how dusty he looked. Because he ain't got the money man behind him no more. Rakim was a fraud back then. Eric B. was the one made him. He could rap though, but that persona, that was Eric B. persona. That wasn't him. Eric B. was the one that don't want to dream about getting paid. That's why you see Rakim dusty right now and fell off. Everybody listen to that nigga no more. He washed. I do him dirty in the song. I'll fuck Rakim up in the song. He could rap better than me, but he can't be more disrespectful than me. I'll dust him off. I'll make him quit rapping. He ain't that. He a fraud. He looked like he was on drugs and went and got off of them and tried to come back. I don't know. Am I saying too much? Am I too real? I don't know. I don't know. Am I too real? I can't say all that. I can't say all that. Okay. Yeah, he wasn't none. He was a fraud. He was rapping about some shit. He wasn't none of that. He wasn't none of that. I really wasn't checking for dude like that. I'm saying because it wasn't real. I was really him. I was really out there. That's why that whole black conscious stuff, we just had to let it go. It was fraudulent. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't that though. Yeah, he wasn't that. X-Clan, I never liked X-Clan. They was trash. I never liked X-Clan. Yeah, I never liked them. Yeah, I never liked them. Yeah, they was trash. I hated them as soon as I seen them. I hated them. As soon as I seen them, I said, get these weird ass niggas out of here. For real. I said, what the hell kind of bullshit is this? Y'all want me to tell y'all the truth? Because I have to log off if you want me to lie. Don't come over here if you don't want to hear the really, 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 really real. Don't come. Because I'm gonna give it to my audience. I'm gonna give it to you in a row. I didn't like them. They was trash. They made the culture look bad. They was bad for the culture. They was bad for the culture. You know what I'm saying? I ain't like them motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Let me show you what I'm talking about. Let me show you. Y'all think I'm lying. Look. As soon as I seen them hats, look at them bootleg plastic hats. And all them weirdo beads and shit. Look at the one with all them beads on his neck over here with the glasses on your left. Y'all don't see he fake, he's some kind of weirdo? And the other one with the keys, sissy. You can't see he fake. And they got them plastic hats on. So right off the top, I was pissed. Because we used to have the real, bro, you got to have real leather, bro. What is we doing? I used to sell the hats to the rappers. I told you I sold Bobby Brown and them they hats. That's what I do. Come on, bro. Our stuff be tight, bro. Our stuff be tight. You're not, how you represent with a plastic ass hat on, with an ankh on plastic, bro? Who the fuck made them hats? So right then, I was like, they got to go. No, no, no. Who made them hats? We're all weirdos. I ain't like them weirdos. They wasn't standing on no shit. Look at them. That ain't no real. Come on, bro. Come on, man. Making the culture look. Come on, man. Making the culture look bad. Ain't even got no authentic gear on. Got some plastic shit on and shit. How am I supposed to respect that? And you up here in front of the whole world with that bootleg shit on. When you could go up to New York, they got the craftsmen up there to really make your, you know what I'm saying? Come on, man. Look at them. Yeah, that's that fake shit. You think this nigga gonna listen to them? Now look at me and look at them. Now who look like they really bout it? Okay. Which one to chase who? I chase all them down the street butt naked, bro. They not no revolutionaries. What is this? And what's all them earrings in your nose and all of this? What is this? And then Shorty, the girl, she like a deer in the headlight. That girl ain't no revolutionary. Where they get her from? That lady ain't none of that. Well, they embarrassed New York. New York ain't gonna claim them buses like that. Then they got in trouble for drugs. The girl said that she was using coke and trying to essay her and all that. Y'all don't know how they went down. Y'all don't know how they went down. Accused of being weirdos, right? You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. Come on, man. Fucking weirdos embarrassing the community and shit. Man, fuck them dudes. Talk all that pro-black stuff and look at the news. Look, child lawsuit filed against members of X-Clan, Black Watch, and famed New York recording studio where they was out there doing all type of bogus shit. And then you're going to get on the record. You're going to talk all this black shit. And then you beefing with BDP. You beefing with KRS-One. You get on the record telling black people, unity. KRS-One talking about, you stop the violence. He go throw some brothers off the stage. He go throw PMD off the stage after he make a record. Self-destruction and unity and we all in the same gang and all this shit. Then KRS-One go throw a brother right off the stage. Then y'all beefing. The same brothers telling the black people to unite is beefing. That kind of nonsense. But you're on the record talking all that shit. And I know y'all like, that's why I don't respect none of that. Because they came in the game after me and then they didn't hold the game down the way it was. Look, hip-hop history, the beef between KRS-One and X-Clan, given by BDP's DJ Kenny Parker. The pro-black dudes beefing. So yeah, we was disappointed. KRS-One is a buster too. Fuck KRS-One. Bro, how you disrespecting Nelly and Nelly from St. Louis and he just rapping? And you wanna disrespect Nelly. What did Nelly do to KRS-One? Nothing. KRS-One is a bitch. Okay. Come on, bro. You going at Nelly when you're supposed to be talking revolutionary talk, and a brother from St. Louis come in the game and start rapping, and you wanna go to war with Nelly. I never liked KRS-One once I seen him talk sideways about Ice Cube. Ice Cube had got hot, had went solo and got hot. And bitch ass KRS-One went on Rap City and was talking all greasy about Ice Cube, jealous of Ice Cube's success. They the one started that. The record labels putting them ahead of you. Chris music sucked. KRS-One robbed me so many times. I must have bought about 3 CDs. They was all trash. I would have had to take the good songs off of all 3 CDs to have a good CD. His CDs was the worst. When you hear his song, Love's Gonna Get You, and you buy the CD, that's the only song on there. It was the 2 songs he got videos. That's the only good song. The rest of that shit is dee-dee-dee-da-dee-da-dee, dee-dee-da-dee-day, some fake Jamaican shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, you ain't no Jamaican. Like, you couldn't even pay a real yard man to get on there. You should have got Just Ice to do the Jamaican part. What the fuck is you doing? He was trash. Some of the worst CDs I ever bought was KRS-One. Total trash. Yeah, 13 and young. Yeah, he was no good. He ain't no good. That man that had dreads for 99 years and they still this short. What the hell is he doing? It's like, where about your dreads ain't grow? Bro, what kind of dreads you got? Weirdo. That black conscious stuff was a bunch of weirdos. You just seen Lord Jamar make a fool out of himself, trying to debate the world is round, is flat. For another idiot, he trying to debate the world is flat, but he nation of gods and earth. He got the crescent on there. That's the shadow of a round earth. Okay, is the symbol for the nations, gods, and earth is the crescent, which is the shadow of the round earth would make the moon a crescent to show the moon is round and the earth is round. But this fool, I just seen some brother disrespecting his goofy ass too. I stopped fucking with Jamar when he cut his dreads though, because we got a saying, once a man cut his dreads, he'd never be a lion no more. He always be a pussycat. Poor righteous teachers, they was all right, but they wasn't good enough to get no record deals and stay in the thing. All them people got record deals because rap music was new. So they was just signing anybody. So they was signing all kind of trash. But poor righteous teacher didn't have what it take to really make good music and stay in the game. Yeah, you pro-black, but you in the music business. So you still got to make a good CD, bro. You can't just be pro-black and just think pro-black gonna keep you in the music business. It's the music business. So you got to make some good songs, which none of them knew how to do. They didn't know how to make no good songs. None of the pro-black artists knew how to make a good song. None of their albums was as good as the Lost Boys' first album. They wasn't good worth shit. I had all the CDs. Them CDs was trash. The only person that had a good CD was Professor Griff when he left Public Enemy, and Luke did Griff shit. That CD was good. Let me see what other conscious rapper had a good CD. Nobody really. Nobody. Very few rappers made good CDs, to be honest with you. They would not make no good CDs. We didn't really start getting good CDs until we got to Jay-Z, Pac, Biggie. Slick Rick CDs was fire. Mobb Deep CD was fire. Mobb Deep shit. Even Prodigy solo shit, HNIC was fire. Uh, Group Home, fire. But as far as the pro black Public Enemy's albums was trash. Y'all ain't like they DJ, all that noise, you know what I'm saying? And then when I seen Chuck D, grinning and cheesing with them white dudes on MTV talking about he gonna do a news thing and it kicked Griff out the group because Griff was too black. And then he got the dope fiend Flavor Flav when he was doing the show with the tall white lady. And I'm like, what is this? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, LL fire. LL made some great CDs. LL made some great CDs. Like, there's some rappers that had some good CDs, don't get me wrong. I ain't really like Guru when he started doing the razzmatazz and all that jazz. It was too sleepy. Like when he was doing the gangsta shit, yeah, but when he kept doing all the jazz shit, it was too dead. It was too dead. I was like, I can't listen to that shit. You know what I'm saying? I didn't like the jazzy shit. It was too lazy. It didn't have no fire up under it. You know what I'm saying? Then he had all kind of rumors he was gay, so I wasn't fucking with dude. You know what I'm saying? His business got out there. You know what I'm saying? They were saying he liked men and shit. So I had to push the pause button on dude. You know what I'm saying? It took a while before we started getting good CDs, though. Like La Familia, good CDs like that with beans and all on there. That's fire. And Get Rich or Die Trying. It took a while before we got to where rap would start dropping fire CDs. Other than that, you had to put 10 CDs in the changer, and you had to keep changing them. Because dudes ain't got nothing but 3 songs. Taking our money, couldn't make no good albums. That's why Snoop blew up, because Dre made the whole album was good. That's why 50 blew up. The whole album was good. Mobb Deep was fire. Their albums was fire. The albums was fire. But a lot of people wouldn't make no good albums. You don't want to buy no CD and only get 2 songs. You feel like you lost your money. The KRS albums was horrible. I don't know. Horrible. You just throw anything on that shit. I don't know what's up with dude. Rakim fell off, wasn't making no album. He was gone for 1,000 years, come back looking dusty and shit. He still looked dusty. I'm like, what happened? Was he had drug problem or something? He looked like he had a drug problem or something. Because when we started looking like we was going to get somewhere when Nas and Kool G Rap did the collab. But then Kool G had to run from the mob and shit, so he disappeared. Who remember when Kool G Rap had to run from the mob right after he started working with Nas? Kool G albums was fire. But a lot of dudes, Cam's album wasn't that good. And he wasn't consistent. Cam wasn't consistent. He came out, talked some black shit, then he disappeared. You got to be consistent. Like Gorillas in the Mist. They went to prison, everything, they disappeared. You gotta be consistent if you're in the music business. You just can't come out and disappear. Cam got too much into Islam, so his shit's trash. When you got too much religious doctrine in your shit, those of us ain't in your religion, we don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to hear no Islamic motherfucking shit. I ain't no Muslim. Man, make a rap record. You know what I'm saying? Or go sell it to Farrakhan. But get that shit the fuck up out of here. So he didn't turn to a weirdo Cam. He didn't let the Nation of Islam brainwash him. He like a robot. He ain't can't think for himself. That shit ain't done nothing for him either. He just fell off chasing the Nation of Islam. Ain't did shit for his ass. You know what I'm saying? They ain't do nothing for him. Wasted his life with that bullshit. He might have had some potential, but it's like, conscious artists, that's not gonna get it anyway. The Coup was all right, but they wasn't consistent either. The problem with conscious rap is this. If I sign you to my record label, I would not want to sign you as a conscious rapper, because if I sign you as a conscious rapper, it's going to take away your creativity, because now you can only try to figure out how to make one particular type of music, and how you're going to make 5 albums, all conscious. So you pigeonhole yourself. So you need to just be a rapper. And then if you want to make a conscious song, cool. But once you pigeonhole yourself as a conscious artist, think about it. And you got 10 songs on the CD, what you gonna say? All right, let's say you knock that CD out. What you gonna say on the next CD? Because there's only gonna be so much conscious shit to rap about. Because it don't matter how good you can rap. You gotta write a song. Music ain't about how you rap. Nobody's buying rap. They buying songs. So if you can't make a song, you ain't finna make no money. You can't know a whole bunch of positive black shit and think you're gonna make some money. You gotta be able to make a song. The customer wanna buy songs. And so if you pigeonhole yourself, what you gonna rap about? Now you're gonna be monotonous. You still a person, so why you can't rap about what's going on in life? People want to know what's going on in life. People don't want me to say I'm black. I'm blackity, blackity, black, or stand up in black. Song 2, I'm super black. Black, black, black for real, super black. Song 3, black and the black. The black, black, da-da-da, again. Song 4, da-da-da, same shit. What you gonna rap about? Death certificate only sold because he just left NWN. We was all interested in what he was gonna say. But you see, he fell off because he pigeonholed himself. Q pigeonholed himself, and now he still suck. He's still trying to rap. All that shit sound like trash. Because instead of, when you're a rapper, do not pigeonhole yourself. Your job is to rap. Your job is a storyteller. You want to have all the stories available to tell. You don't want to say, I'm only going to tell these stories. How many times can you tell these stories? And that's one of the reasons a lot of the conscious rappers fell off, because you're a conscious rapper. What are you going to rap about? If I make a song about reparations, can I make another one? No. So if I'm a reparations rapper, what am I rap about? You're going to pigeonhole yourself. You're just a rapper, rap about life, a lot of different shit. It's the only way you're going to be able to make a song. As a producer and executive producer and the CEO of a record label, I got to think about how we're going to sell this shit. Period. Just like you got a restaurant. You can't make no food you can't sell. You got to try to figure out how you can make something you can sell. At the end of the day, you're trying to make a living. So if you're a conscious rapper and you make a conscious record, right? And you married, you got a son, and you make some conscious records, but you don't got no audience to buy it. When you go back home to your wife, what's she gonna say? You ain't got no money? How we gonna feed the baby? Da 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 da. So now you're gonna have to quit rapping. You're gonna have to go get a regular job. Okay, let me get this straight. When you're rapping, you want to rap all conscious shit, but now you'll go get a regular job. Why you didn't rap regular? You got a regular ass job. Cam ain't doing no conscious shit every day. So why he can't? Why don't rap about what he been doing? Because he ain't been doing no conscious shit every day. He been doing regular shit to survive, just like the rest of us. No, they don't. No, they don't. Name somebody. Name somebody that rap the same shit that have a rap career. Nobody. Name one. Bo Bridges. Name one. I be challenging y'all. You can't just come up with name me a rapper that's doing good that rap the same shit. Name one. Name one. Jay-Z don't be rapping the same shit, and Jay-Z's career's over. Jay-Z don't be rapping the same shit, bro. You lying. You just try to pull something out your ass. You try to run a quick me on me, bro. But none of Jay-Z's albums rapping the same shit. Jay-Z don't do subject matter. Jay-Z don't do subject matter. So you lying. You just on here. You don't know what you're talking about. Let me talk to somebody know what they talking about. You just on here. The new thing, don't listen to him, y'all. The new thing is rap is to not even have a subject matter on the song. That's a fact. The new thing in rap, the Dirks and the NBA Youngboys, they don't have no subject matter. They just be crying out what's going on in their life. You know what I'm saying? So they'll be like, I don't know why she left me, da da da. My friends is gone, they do me dirty, da da da. And they go down the line and shit happened to them. That's what they doing in the new songs. In the new songs, they going through all the different things they going in life through the song. They ain't doing no one subject matter, not even in the song. They doing like Rod Wave. Rod Wave don't do no subject matters. He do just life. So that allow him to make a whole bunch of songs because there's always something different going on in your life. Bo Bridges don't know what the hell he talking about. You know what I'm saying? And Jay-Z don't be rapping mostly about drugs. Jay-Z songs don't be having no theme like that. Jay-Z be spending a lot of different knowledge in a song. Like Confucius say this, Confucius say that. So he be doing just bars. Jay-Z is a bar rapper. Jay-Z's not a rapper. Like Rakim is not a song title rapper. These are bars. These are dudes you listen to, they wordplay. So don't listen to Bo Bridges. He don't know nothing about music. Jay-Z is bars. And when you rap in bars, we just looking how you can put the rhymes together. Jay-Z is not a storyline rapper. So Bo don't know what he talking about. Jay-Z is bars. People like Rakim is bars. He not gonna have necessarily no subject. He gonna learn how to put the wordplay together through the whole song. They don't do subjects. They don't do like a subject about breaking up and then a subject about getting money and then the subject. They don't do that. They put a whole thing together of a lot of different circumstances in one song. So I knew you was just talking. I knew you didn't know what you was talking about, Bo. You know what I'm saying? You don't know what you're talking about, bro. You just one of them dudes like to argue. Get in my chat like to argue. Don't know what the fuck you talking about. When y'all listen to me, don't listen to nobody like that. They ain't got no knowledge. That won't go on their own page and teach and try to come and try to piggyback off of me. If you want to make some songs, you can't have an overall theme because how you gonna rap about that same theme over and over again? So you have to be able to write life experiences when you write songs, or you ain't gonna be able to stay in the game no long time because you're gonna pigeonhole yourself. So if you make a song just about getting money, you ain't gonna be able to keep making every your song about getting money. So rather than make a song about getting money, just mention getting money in a song. The song ain't about getting money, but you mention getting money. You mention getting women. You mention how you move. But that's not the theme of the song. This over bowhead. You know what I'm talking about. So this how the drill rappers is able to sell these songs because they not rapping the same thing when they rap. They rapping a bunch of circumstances is the song, and then they'll give it a hook to the different circumstances. That's how they rap. Bro, you trolling, okay? You trolling, you trolling, you trolling, you trolling, you trolling. A Ball and MJG is through. Career died. 2 good albums, and it was over with. So what kind of example is that? They washed. So you giving examples that prove my point. A Ball and MJG ain't shit. Ain't been shit since their third album. That was over with. Their best albums are still their first 2 albums. That's it. Done. But you trolling, bro. I gotta get a break. I gotta let somebody else come in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Just have one person they mess the chat up and don't be knowing what the fuck they talking about. I still be going to concerts. I went to see Dirk, and when Dirk get up there rapping, and when the young people be saying his lyrics, he go down a whole list of stuff going on in his life. That's the songs they doing. The whole song is a whole list of things going on with his life. So then when he do another song, he could do a song about drilling and shit. Then he could do another song about a whole bunch of different things going on with his family and his woman. He don't have to just make a song about his woman. He could just include her in a couple bars. This is how they getting away with making a lot of songs. And they just selling the songs based on a different hook. They're not selling the songs based on a theme. Now, in order to make a lot of songs, they basing the song off the hook, and then they rapping everything that'll fit with the hook. That way they don't pigeonhole themselves. So if you go and you listen to a whole Dirk album or a whole NBA Youngboy album, it ain't really got no theme. One song might kind of lean towards maybe he feeling suicidal or something, but most time the songs, you can't point out one theme in the songs, and that stopped them from pigeonholing themselves. So now they can keep making songs and they keep sounding different. And the young people don't care. They just rapping along. They just want you to rap, and they just want the rap to be catchy. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Because if you pigeonhole yourself, you're out of there. See, Biggie was real good at that. And then he built the song, Puffy would give him a hook, right? fuck bitches, get money. So then he rap about that, but it ain't really got no theme. So you can't say, oh, it's a this type of song. So that would allow Biggie to make another song and another song and another song. Because although the song is kind of about get women and get money, not really, because he's rapping a whole bunch of different stuff on that hook. That's the only way you're going to be able to make a lot of material. Other than that, after 2 albums, you're going to be done. But by them rapping their life story, right? Whatever they went through last year, they ain't going through next year. So now they got whole new material. That's how these shorties is doing it. They giving you updates on their life, and their life constantly is updated. So they ain't gotta have a theme. A theme is what happened to me this last year. That's it. Then next year, I rap about what happened to me next year. I rap about who I'm beefing with today. I'm beefing with somebody else tomorrow. I rap about them tomorrow. So I don't write no rap about beef. I write a rap about what's going on. And that stopped them from, then they could just make material forever. Basically. But when you black conscious, I mean, if I was a rapper, I would never come out as black conscious because I'm gonna have a short career. Am I gonna be able to make 10 black conscious albums? No. It'll be hard after the first album. It'll be hard to do 10 songs. What I'm gonna talk about when you start talking about pro-black stuff, once you cover it, what are you gonna do? You already covered that. That's why conscious rappers weren't gonna never go nowhere. That's why a lot of brothers don't do conscious rap. They do bars. Like the Locks. The Locks don't do conscious rap. They do bars so they could rap forever. Jim Jones is doing bars. He's not doing no particular subject matter. That's the only way you can stay in the game. 50 Cent still making records that he's showing on his TV shows. And it's all life songs. So he can make records forever. But if you pigeonhole yourself with a subject matter, you ain't going to be able to stay in the game. Your music now got to be life stories, and that's what the young people want to hear. They want to hear your experience. They want to hear no make-believe songs. Them days is over. A lot of the old artists that was able to do it for so long, they still fell off because they can only do so much. George Clinton can only do so much. All of them, after they say certain things so long, their career's over. Look at Stevie Wonder. He can't make no more songs. What are you going to say now? He ain't got nothing else to say. The new thing is you got to do like Rob Wave. You got to, if Stevie was talking about his modern day life, he would be able to still be making songs. But he's still trying to do it the old way. That's over with. Because you only going to have a short span. So they could talk about the way the young people's making music. They could talk about their money, their relationship, and everything all in one song. It's slick. That's the way you got to do it. But as far as conscious rap going away, that was because the black Negroes didn't want to hear no conscious rap. They wasn't gonna buy it. They wasn't gonna buy no conscious rap. They gonna buy Luther Vandross. They gonna buy Anita Baker. They didn't have no audience. So when people say that black people was doing conscious music and then went to the dark music, that's a lie. Like black people was not doing conscious music. Where that was at? Black people, what do you mean black people was doing? Only a small 3% of rappers was doing conscious music. Wasn't no rappers doing conscious music. Black conscious rap was only 3% of BET, Rap City, and MTV. Black conscious rap wasn't even 50% of the show wasn't black conscious rap, because those of us like me that was waiting for the conscious stuff, we had to wait the whole show to see maybe 2 videos. Other than that, we watching Heavy D. We got our own thing. That's all they was showing. And then finally they'll show an X-Clan video. Then back to Wizards chilling. What more can I say? Top building. Right back to EPMD. Right back to Big Daddy Kane. Right back to basic rap. There was no black conscious rap running nothing. That's the biggest lie. I said, Choke, what is you telling the people? That black people left conscious rap and never went back? Black people wasn't fucking with conscious rap. Who is making this stuff up? Conscious rap wasn't nothing. They was this much of the music industry. That's it. They was nobodies. They was not Michael Jackson. They was not, cause I'm easy like Sunday. They was not them people. That was the money people. And the rappers was chump change. They was not the big money. They was not Anita Baker. They was not Phyllis Hyman. They were not Sade. They were not coast to coast, LA to shit. Those are the people getting the big money. Rappers wasn't shit. Conscious rappers wasn't nothing. They was getting no money. They were not popular. Who is changing the history? It's not a conscious rapper that was big as Naughty by Nature. Not one. There's not a conscious rapper that was as big as Crisscross. Not a one. There was not a conscious rapper as big as Heavy D, Big Daddy Kane. Not one. Conscious rappers was nothing. They were not the stars of rap. They wasn't even close to the stars of rap. They just wasn't. Lots of people changing the history. Like, oh, we used to just have all this conscious music. I used to be waiting on it to come on. I had to wait forever. I had to wait forever to see a pro-black video. I remember. You be waiting forever for, you got to watch Cool G rap. You got to watch EPMD. EPMD is the world premiere. This is what you're watching. You're watching DOS Effects. I know what I'm talking about. These people ran the rap shows. Diggity bong, diggity scoop, diggity, they ran everything. And then finally you might see Brand Nubian or you might see X-Clan. And then back to Georgie Porgy, putting past, right back. You go, you turn on your TV, Rap City come on, boom, the mayor come on, Dr. Dre and Ed Lover, they play the first video on what they play. You sitting there, what come on? You got what I need. And you say it's just a friend. And you say it's just, that's what come on. Now no conscious rap. Next video, come on. We got our own thing. Boom. That's what come on. You be waiting forever to see X-Clan or Poor Righteous Teacher. You be waiting forever. If I'm dying, if I'm lying, I'm dying. You be waiting forever to see a Black Conscious video. Come on, man. Why is people lying? Choke lying. Talking about we was in the Black consciousness and then it went away and then come back. No, we wasn't in the Black consciousness. Black people never been Black conscious. Black people always been on some clown shit. They ain't never been, we ain't, not even a third of us been black, pro-black. We've never got the numbers that big. We never got up to 1/3. When it came to pro-black and consciousness, we was always like 2/16. And that's a fact for somebody that lived it. I lived it. Don't be trying to tell me it was a whole bunch of people back then here that I could listen to. No, it wasn't. Diggable Planets wasn't conscious. Diggable Planets was weirdo music. That wasn't no conscious music. Y'all be trying to call conscious Common conscious. Common was a weirdo rapper. He was not no conscious rapper. They DT, they trying to say anything that ain't gangster, they trying to say is conscious. Like that's all there is gangster and conscious. No, there's esoteric type shit. There's just rappers just rapping. They're not black conscious. And they tried to take the black off of it to say conscious because they know this shit ain't no black consciousness. Because you know they did a horrible job because guess what? Our people don't even know what black consciousness is. Our people don't even know what black consciousness is. There wasn't Diggable Planets. No, Diggable Planets wasn't no black conscious. Them was 3 hippie rappers. With the girl with the 2 dudes, that was hippie shit. But what do I expect? Y'all ain't even black conscious. So you, if you're not black conscious, you ain't gonna be able to identify black conscious because you not that. And then DT, they did a horrible job because guess what? Black folks don't even know what black conscious means. So if they black conscious and got knowledge, why don't nobody know what black consciousness means? If they was black conscious, why nobody know who Steve Biko is? That invented the word black conscious. Think about that. If they're black conscious and they got knowledge, why nobody knows what black conscious is? First time you heard of Steve Biko, yeah, was a Tribe Called Quest. Q, what nigga black conscious calls himself Q-Tip with a sissy name? How you black conscious your name Q-Tip? And you got a bitch ass name like Q-Tip. Now, black consciousness was formed in South Africa under apartheid. At the time rap started, apartheid was still going on in South Africa, right? So at this time with me, I'm fighting against apartheid in South Africa. This is right before I leave to go to Hawaii. Go to California first, I go to Hawaii. So I'm about 21, 22. I'm finna leave. I'm probably finna leave right after this. Rap ain't even doing nothing yet. Rap ain't nothing yet. Because I don't see Run DMC until I'm in Hawaii before I see Run DMC. It's not till I get back to LA, like a late mid-80s, late 80s, that rap is finally taking off. And when I get back to LA, 87, 88, something like that, the big rap is LL Cool J versus Kool Moe Dee. Not no conscious shit. The biggest story in rap when I get back to LA is the battle between LL Cool J and Kool Moe Dee. And now you got Public Enemy coming out. You got KRS-One coming out. You got these pro-black groups coming out, and they trying to make some noise but they got to compete with Big Daddy Kane. They got to compete with all the other rappers. Heavy D. They got a lot of competition. They got to compete with Queen Latifah, who really didn't know which way she was going, because now we see she was gay. So she was a lesbian, and she talking about she got on the pro-black shit, talking about, ooh, ladies first, but she wasn't letting us know what she really was. Because if you're not having babies and growing the race, that's not conscious. So being gay wouldn't be considered black conscious. And Queen Latifah had on all that African shit, but she was gay. You understand? So a lot of them was faking with the conscious shit, trying to act like they was me. That's why I keep trying to tell y'all. They was trying to act like the older brothers and sisters like us. We was the ones on the street really holding it down. And then rappers seen us and tried to put on little costumes and shit, tried to act like they was me. That's a fact. They was imitating people on the streets that was really about that life. Right? So do you think that Umar Johnson and, well, for one, Umar Johnson is like you, like another goofy. So Umar Johnson would not be considered black conscious because in black conscious, you ain't got no slave name. So a black conscious person would never call themselves Johnson. My name Pharaoh El-Aton, right? So first off, you should have asked me, do I even listen to them? Which shows you got no awareness. You're just on the internet being a fool. Now, if you're a black man with some type of integrity, what you would do is say, do you listen to Dr. Umar? Or you would ask me first. But seeing that you don't got no decency about yourself, how could you talk about them when you a low life that ain't got no decency? And you look like you got gray hair and stuff, and you too old to be acting like that. How old are you, Seth? You too old for the way you be acting. And guess what I'll do to you in real life playing with me like that? So, bro, don't get on the internet doing nothing that when I see you, you won't do that. You won't do none of that in real life. So come on here like a real person. As you meet me in real life, you're not doing none of that, bro. You're not doing none of that. Because I'm a grin wiper offer. I wipe that grin right off your face, bro. Stop playing with grown men on the internet. Stop acting like a little boy. If you got a problem with Dr. Umar, go ask him what you asked me about Dr. Umar. Dr. Umar is younger than me, bro. There was no Dr. Umar when I was outside. This me. This is me in like 1981. There was no Dr. Umar or no young Pharaoh. I'm really him, boy. Stop playing. It's a small world out here too, Seth. Stop playing on this internet. Okay? That's all I can tell you. Grow up and get you some maturity. And stop playing on this internet. There's consequences on this internet. Okay? You're on this internet playing. You a man, act like a man. Be like, do you listen to Dr. Umar? No. Who is Dr. Umar? That's not black consciousness. That's bootleg. That's a fake. I liked KRS-One. His albums was just horrible. If I didn't like him, I wouldn't have bought his album. So I like KRS-One. You understand? I liked KRS-One. You know what I'm saying? But his album just wasn't no good. MOD lost the battle. I seen 8Ball and MJG when that album came out. I took my kids, bought everybody new Jordans and new stuff. I seen 8Ball and MJG with Big Pun, E40 in the Click, Crucial Conflict. at the Regal Theater on 79th Street. Show was fire. 8-Ball and MJG was the headliner. They tore the roof off the whole building. Fire. And that second album was like one of the best albums of hip hop, seriously. It's just a shame the brother could rap, but he don't know he eat too motherfucking much. You know what I'm saying? So he's concentrating on the wrong thing. How you doing all this rapping, but you weigh 849 pounds, you constantly eat motherfucking cheeseburgers. So bro, he need to stop rapping and go hit the gym and get his weight down. Because now you looking bootleg. You know what I'm saying? You're doing all this rapping, you don't even know how to take care of your goofy ass self. I'm just saying. 8-Ball. You know what I mean? That ain't no conscious rap. That's not Kendrick not conscious rap. Kendrick is artistic rap. That's not conscious rap. That's not conscious rap. That's why I keep trying to tell him, Dante. Anything that's not drill, they call it conscious. That's not conscious rap. That's not black consciousness. That's just rap. He's not no conscious rapper. He's just a rapper. And people anybody that's not rapping drill, they just calling it conscious. It's not conscious. Just because it's not drill don't mean it's conscious. Kendrick is not a conscious rapper. There's nothing conscious about making songs calling Dre a pedophile. That's not conscious music, bro. He's artistic, but he's not black conscious. And I keep showing y'all over and over again. Read so you know what black consciousness is. Kendrick is not a revolutionary. Kendrick is just a rapper, a performer. Okay? There's no black consciousness. A black conscious artist is not ever going to come on stage with nobody dressed like no goddamn Uncle Sam. So nothing about that show was black conscious. It's just performing. It just proves my point that these rappers ain't teaching our young people nothing because they don't even know what black consciousness is. They just feel like if you just saying a bunch of words and say a couple of positive stuff, that's conscious. That's not conscious. There's nobody conscious gonna have a chick with her skin bleached, with a blonde wig, with blonde hair, married to a white man, crib walking. How is an old ass lady with her skin bleached that ain't proud to be black, with blonde hair, the one wearing natural hair, crib walking? What the fuck is conscious about that? A conscious rapper would disrespect Kendrick for that whole Super Bowl. A black conscious rapper would trash him for that. Where you got this lady that got her skin bleached with her hair like a white woman, crib walking. You understand? That's not black consciousness. Nothing about the Super Bowl performance was pro-black. With a bunch of gay men out there dancing and shit. Them dancers, y'all think them dancers was masculine? Y'all think them dancers dancing was masculine? Those is performing arts weirdos, okay? Kendrick is a performer. He's a good performer, but he's not black conscious. And that's what's sad, that anything that's not drill is considered conscious, which is really sad. Just shows you they're not teaching our people nothing. Our people don't know what conscious is. Somebody told me Illuminati Congo was conscious. I said, what kind of conscious? And that's my brother and stuff, but he would not call himself a conscious rapper. He wouldn't like them titles. Illuminati Congo don't like titles. So now conscious went from really standing on some strong black revolutionary to just jibber jabber, basically, is conscious rap. Because that's all Kendrick be rapping is jibber jabber. He don't be rapping nothing gonna motivate nobody. They not like us, ain't motivating niggas to do shit. There ain't no powerful black song. That's not a that's not a powerful black song talking about they not like us, but the whole time you dissing a rapper and you ain't even talk about them. And you at the Super Bowl and they paying you and you talking about they not like us, but you don't control the Super Bowl. You don't control your own record label. You signed to a white record label, but you talking about they not like us, but you signed to them. It ain't conscious. If we had conscious rap, then the audience would be conscious. And the audience ain't conscious. Y'all ain't conscious of shit. It's not black conscious or conscious. You're not black conscious because you're black. You ain't standing up on no black revolutionary. You're not conscious because you eat any goddamn thing. So if you was conscious, you can't be conscious without talking plant-based, not eating dead animals and dead flesh. The environment and shit like that would be conscious. Y'all ain't got no conscious music. You eat any goddamn thing. You ain't got no black conscious music. You got a slave name. Kendrick ain't making you get rid of your slave name. He still got his slave name. So that nigga not black conscious. That nigga a slave. He Lamar. He's a Lamar. He still got a slave name. He not that. But y'all taking these performers and trying to put these performers in the places of real people that really live that ain't performers. There ain't no such thing conscious if it ain't demanding change. If a motherfucker rapping some shit to you and he ain't rapping to you like you got to change, that shit not conscious. Conscious is change. That's unconscious shit because you motherfuckers ain't changing. So do you know what consciousness mean? Consciousness mean to be aware. And when you got awareness, you change, right? So if you hear some shit and you don't change, how the fuck is you aware? Your ass sleep. You sleepwalking. You ain't woke. You sleepwalking. Ain't nothing conscious about none of that shit. It ain't changing shit. How's conscious? You got a bitch with blonde, a black chick bitch with blonde hair and her skin fucking light and crip walking. The fuck? And a coon nigga with dressed like Uncle Sal. Whatever. Listen, support the channel. That's why YouTube won't monetize me, because I got to keep telling y'all the truth. There's nothing was conscious about Kendrick up there with all that red, white, and blue, with all them LGBTQ dancers dancing. They ain't going to have no babies to grow the race. With Serena with her skin lightened, married to a European with a blonde wig on her head, crip walking. That's not conscious. That's basically satanic, to be honest with you, confusion. Basically. It looked more like the devil than anything righteous to me, but whatever. It ain't righteous. That show wasn't righteous. That show was wicked. Biggie. How's Biggie conscious when he says name better known as Lucifer and he got a clothing line called 666? You can't have conscious rap from an unconscious motherfucker. Only a conscious motherfucker can rap conscious. And black consciousness, as I said again, is revolutionary. So I don't know why y'all using a word you don't know. You got two words. You got black consciousness, which is revolutionary, that comes from South Africa, and you got consciousness, which would be plant-based. So if you motherfuckers ain't listening to music and going plant-based, your shit not conscious, nigga. You eating doo-doo and bread, okay? You eating ground up animals. You don't even know what the fuck you eating. How the fuck is you conscious? Y'all don't even know what y'all eating. So conscious, how you sleep and conscious. Now, how's music conscious and it ain't waking your motherfucking ass up? And you still going to McDonald's and Burger King and shit. Talking about you listen to some conscious music and shit. This nigga conscious, this nigga ain't teaching you shit. Get the fuck out of here. Y'all ain't learning shit. Kendrick ain't teaching nobody shit. Okay? What y'all learn from that little nigga? Nothing. You learned how to get up there and disrespect another black man father for the white man who owned both of them niggas that get paid. Really, that's some sellout ass shit. They both signed to Universal, and the white man that runs Universal getting paid, and he owned Kendrick and Drake. Now that's black conscious talk. The same man owned both of them little bitch niggas. Okay? That's consciousness for you. The same man owned them both. He gonna win no matter what. And when he get through with Kendrick, he gonna throw him in the garbage just like he did Drake. He gonna throw him in the garbage. Kendrick is a slave for Universal Records. Because if he had any knowledge, he'd have his own shit. If he was really standing on black consciousness, he'd have his own record label. He's a slave. He left Top Dog in them, was their slave, and ran the loose end. That's all. He's a boy that worked for another motherfucker. He ain't even standing on business as a man. Okay? Don't get me on shorty. You know what I'm saying? With that fake jibber jabber. That shit's jibber jabber. Ain't nothing gonna happen in the black community. The song is trash too. They Not Like Us is total trash. It's total trash for black Americans to be singing They Not Like Us when they better than us. Why would they want to be like us? Now that's a song I would make. Why would they want to be like us? We ain't got shit. So it's an insult to be at the Super Bowl talking about they not like us, and they own you, and they own the Super Bowl, and they don't want to be like you. Why would they want to be like us? They not like us. What's the name of our automobiles we producing? They not like us. What's the name of our phones we got? They not like us. Why we on Google and Gmail stuff and YouTube? Where's our YouTube? Where's our Facebook? Where's our Twitter? Where's our social media? So they not like us is good for them. Why would they want to be like us? We ain't shit. Good to see you, Ashanti. So the They Not Like Us song, I don't like it. Who not like who? Who not like who? He ain't did shit for nobody. Both of them getting paid by the same master. You say, or do people you don't see already know to put prop up and popular black women singers to play on your mind? No, she can sing. She can sing. He can rap and she can sing. I'm talking about consciousness. She got straight hair, right? And her hair ain't naturally straight. Okay, she's not conscious. She's not conscious of the chemicals she's putting on her head. Saja's definitely not how you conscious and you don't know what you're putting chemicals on your head. How you conscious when you don't know where your food come from? You don't know what you're eating. How you conscious and you don't know anything about colon cancer and that the food is causing polyps in your colon and gonna kill you? How you conscious? How you conscious when you don't know that you could wake up and these Europeans could turn all this shit off and they already got a way they could communicate and we won't have no YouTube, we won't have no electricity or nothing. How you what you conscious of? You don't even know your original name or your original religion. You got somebody else's last name. Your woman got somebody else's hairstyle. What you conscious of? I'm confused. Who Kendrick married to? He married to a strong black woman? White people ain't offended by no they not like us. They laugh at you. Why would they be mad? They making all the money. Universal making all that money. Why would they be mad? Spotify making all that money. iTunes making all that money. Why are they gonna be mad? Guess who made the most money off his song? Not us. They did. So now they not like us. We rapping and we capping. And they going to the bank. So no, they not like us. Kendrick ain't made no money off that song like Universal. Universal making all that money. He ain't making shit. Pennies. When they get through with him, they're going to throw him in the garbage. You think them people paid all that money for him to be on that Super Bowl and didn't cash in? The only reason they want him to make a part two, because it helps to keep black people stupid, because you motherfuckers love Kendrick but ain't standing on reparations. You standing on the clown shit. When it comes to reparations, it's quiet. But when it comes to beefing, oh man, Kendrick got him, man. Kendrick got him good, man. Kendrick got him for the white man, man. Kendrick got him, man. When it comes to reparations, you ain't got nothing to say. Quiet. Your ancestors been mistreated, everything stole from them. All you talking about is Kendrick and Drake. They ain't standing on shit. Trying to disrespect Drake. When the Kendrick is a stand-up dude and Drake is a stand-up dude, and the only bitch is J. Cole. J. Cole is a bitch nigga that didn't get in the battle and pussied out. If you into some real hip-hop, Drake is cool. He stood up for J. Cole. J. Cole the one bitched out. But y'all probably like J. Cole. And he punked out of a battle. And that Drake had to go take his battle. And Drake took J. Cole's battle. J. Cole, the hippie, conscious black hippie. You know, we don't like hippie. We don't like black people that do the hippie shit. You know, J. Cole is a demon. You know what I'm saying? Playing both sides against the middle. Y'all want to hear about some consciousness? Y'all want to talk consciousness? Let's talk consciousness. Let me show you something. Let me see who conscious. Let's see. Let me see if y'all conscious. Just a little test. Just a little test. Let me see if y'all conscious. Now tell me something. In terms of J. Cole, what do you see in his logo? Since we're talking consciousness and being alert and being able to see, what do you see in J. Cole's logo? What is he? Because he's showing you right there what he is. What is he? Y'all talking consciousness. You see the emblem of an angel and a devil, right? Can you serve those two masters? Can you serve God and Lucifer? Now, what you looking at is a motherfucker you can't trust. That's what he is. Which one you gonna get, the devil or the angel? He's showing you that he might come as an angel and he might come as a devil. Showing you right there. Do you know, don't you know a conscious person would never put them devil horns on nothing they got? Do you know a real righteous conscious person would never put no satanic nothing on nothing? On nothing. They wouldn't even eat no devil's food cake or none of that. So the fact his logos say he a devil and an angel show you he ain't conscious. Yeah, and the horns is in the center, and the angel's head is thrown to the side. Like, fuck this shit. Throw this shit over here. This is what I'm really standing on. He a little boy. He can't justify shit. You know what I'm saying? They can't knowledge. They can't monetize me because YouTube got love for me. But the sponsors, they can't really sell their products with this. I'm anti their products when them over here talk about vegan and they selling all kind of shit. You know, they don't. All they got to do. It ain't about monetize you. It's about whoever got the money. All they got to do is not like you and say I don't like him. That's it. It ain't. There is no rules. All it takes is one person that don't like you, and that's it. You don't have to do nothing. All you have to do is somebody in power look at you and say, "What an asshole! I don't like him," and that's it. That's all it takes. Because we don't control nothing. Because they not like us. We don't control shit. They control shit. So somebody need to write a song. We not like them. We not like them. Dun dun. We not like them. Because they running shit. They don't want to be like us. That's the dumbest song ever. Really. Talk about they not like us. Who the fuck want to be like us? That's the question. The bottom line is that's not black consciousness. If you don't learn nothing else, black consciousness is pertaining to revolutionary standards and the uplifting of melanated people all over the world and the freedom of black people. Revolutionary concept is black consciousness. Consciousness is being totally aware of all negativity, what you eat in, what kind of clothes you wear, what are you using to cook with? Are you conscious? Are you conscious of what's in your skillet that you cook in your food? Are you conscious into how much plastic you're consuming and drinking out of? Are you drinking out of glass? Are you really conscious like Big Pharaoh? Or are you drinking out of plastic? Are you conscious? Are you aware? Are you aware of your health? Conscious, aware. Black consciousness means to be aware of blackness and what's going on with the diaspora. So it's two different. So make sure you know which one you're using. If you're using conscious, that means aware. That means positivity. Lucifer and the devil is unconscious. Righteousness is conscious. Unrighteousness is not conscious. Consciousness, you can't be conscious and you got a slave name because you unconscious that you calling yourself after your slave owners. You can't be conscious and you giving your money to Koreans for them to do your woman's hair. And her hair's got all kind of toxics in it. And you don't know that your woman's hair is toxic. You're not conscious, you're unconscious. You're not conscious if you don't know that your woman's fingernails, that all that poison is leaking into this soft part right here. If you touch this part right here, you can feel it's soft. And you can feel that anything gonna go in there. So you got the Koreans with a mask on. and they spraying your lady's fingers with stuff they don't want to breathe. You're not conscious. If you're walking in a store and you're using an automatic teller or using self-checkout, you're not conscious. They're going to take all your money away, and you're going to be on the satanic cashless society. Is Kendrick telling you that in the songs? I don't know. What kind of consciousness is that? Why you don't know that they finna make you get the microchip? That if you ain't got the microchip, you ain't gonna be able to go to his concert. As a matter of fact, if you don't go get that new ID, you can't get on the plane. By May, if you don't go get that new ID, you can't get on no airplane. Did he tell you that in the song? He's conscious. Oh, he didn't. What did he teach you? To hate Drake? Oh, that's conscious. Did he tell you the name Drake is a dragon from Dracula? Oh, he didn't tell you that. So consciousness is nothing to play with. And black consciousness is revolutionary. Revolution means change, so they both mean change. Black consciousness means to fight for change for black people worldwide. Consciousness means to change yourself and change the world. You understand? What's your name, Nubian Queen? You're not a Nubian Queen. You got a slave name, and you're over here trying to use a fake name and call yourself a Nubian Queen because you're really a slave. You understand? So what I would advise you to do is get a real name and stop trying to be a bootleg Nubian Queen and get a real name like Big Pharaoh El-Aton. Be more like me. See what I'm saying? And put yourself in a position where you could block motherfuckers like I could do you instead of following me. You know, you're supposed to be moving like a big queen. You ain't supposed to be able to get blocked, bitch. You know, I'm just saying, nah, you go. So you're not really no queen. You don't run shit. I'm just saying. Now, that was kingly the way I got rid of you. Banish this hoe from my presence. Now, that's some king shit. You know what I'm saying? I changed my name. I went down to the city. They're going to give you a form to show you how to do it. You fill it out. You go take it in. They're going to put it in the system. They're going to send it out a notice to everybody. You change your name to make sure you don't owe anybody any money. You go back how many days it take to come back. They're going to call your name. They're going to stand up. They're going to say, it's okay. So Michael Stewart's name is now Pharaoh El-Aton. Boom, and it's done. Then they're going to give you a form with a seal on it. Then you can send that copy of that to Social Security. They'll send you a new Social Security card and all that. Change all your ID. You just can't change your birth certificate because that piece of paper is going to show both names. And those are your slave papers. Okay? You want me to show you your slave papers? I'll show you my slave papers. Hold on. I'm a free slave. Hold on. Once you change your name, you have to keep your slave papers. Okay? I'm going to give you some slave papers. And with those slave papers, you are allowed to take care of any kind of business you have to take care of. Let me see if I can find my slave papers. I got my papers that say, I'm as a free slave. And I don't know where they at. I think I showed them to somebody. I don't think I put them back. I don't know where my papers are at. I think I talked to Pharaoh and I took them out. I don't think I put them back. Let's see. I don't think I put them back. I might not be able to show them to you this time. I gotta find them. I don't think I put them back. I don't think I put them back. I don't know where they are. Hold on a second. I'll find them. Let me find them. I'll show them to you. There's some around here. Where? I don't know where they are. I actually do not. Oh. I don't know where they are. I don't think I got them. I don't know where they are. I have to find them for you. I will show them to you some other time. I had to show them to a friend, and I don't know why I stuck them back. But they'll give you some papers, and those papers, you will send those papers to Social Security, and then Social Security will send you a new Social Security card. But you have to keep those papers at all times because you're going to have proof of your name and all that information when you go deal with those people. And where I put mine, I have no. Oh, it must be in here. Here they go. Okay, so that's my birth certificate. You're going to have your birth certificate. Right, so my birth certificate, Michael Dwayne Stewart, born February 22nd, 1958, in Cook County. Mother, Bessie M. McLeod. Birthplace, Alabama. Father, Randolph Stewart, birthplace, Alabama. So this is my birth certificates right here. Then you go down, you're going to fill out this paper right here. It's got the seal on it. And you'll fill this paper out. They'll take this paper. They'll send it everywhere. Right? And after so many days, they'll have you come back. They sent mine to the Chicago Daily Law Bulletin for anybody to find out. My name was Michael Dwayne Stewart. at the top, Michael Dwayne Stewart, on August 11th, 1981. I'm born 58, 68, 78, right? Say 9, 80, 81. So I was 23 years old. On August 11th, 1981, I went in. It say, it is therefore ordered, adjudged, and decreed that the said petitioner's name be and the same is hereby changed from Michael Dwayne Stewart to Pharaoh El-Aton, by which said last mentioned name shall be hereafter known and called. So from hereafter, and you can see the seal. There's a seal right there. See the seal? Turn to the side so you can see it's a seal. And these are my slave papers that prove I am no longer a slave. I no longer are owned by the stewards. And I take this. This proves that I was born Michael Dwayne Stewart. And this proves that Michael Dwayne Stewart is now Pharaoh El-Aton. And I am no longer a slave. And my children don't have to do this. They are El-Atons. They are not stewards. Okay? We're not stewards. I'm not a steward. I'm not Martha Stewart or none of that shit. Okay? I'm not none of that. Okay? Cost me, I think, like $85, I think. Something like that. But if you look at $85, and I got 5 children. I got 6 children. Well, my daughter, she was already born before I changed it. So I got 5 children. And me, that's 6. And I got grandchildren. So 6. Okay, so 85 divided by 9. Okay, so that's $9 a piece, right? When you take my whole family that's got my name, we divide that into the 85 is $9. Every time another person born with that name, another grandson or whatever, you keep dividing until eventually it'll be $1 a piece. Eventually it'll be pennies. But I don't have that slave name anymore. So they don't have to worry about it. Now the girls might grow up and marry a slave or somebody with a slave name and then go back into slavery, But the boys will carry that lineage forever. And we'll no longer be addressed by that. And my father came to me and he said, boy, now that you change your name, when they look in the family tree, they ain't gonna know who you are. I said, they gonna know who I am. They gonna know you was the last slave. And they gonna know I'm the first king of the family. I'm not doing no slaves. So don't talk to me about black consciousness. Consciousness is work. Okay? I don't want to hear you talk about Malcolm X. He put an X on his name to get rid of the slave name. How you ride with Malcolm, but you still got a slave name, but Malcolm told you get rid of your slave name. Elijah Muhammad told you get rid of the slave name. Okay? Cassius Clay got rid of his slave name. Lou Alcindor got rid of his slave name. Now he Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Now he Muhammad Ali. Your teacher's been told you to get rid of your slave name. Kendrick Lamar, that's his slave name. He got a slave name. He gonna have children, son. His son gonna have a slave name. He made enough money to get rid of that name, but he want to honor the slavery. You want to honor your daddy, but your daddy don't even got his own name. So you ain't honoring your daddy. You honoring the man that owns y'all. You honoring the slave master that took your name and gave the men in your family that name and passed that name down to you. I don't know how you do it. Somebody got to have some balls and make a change. But you'll go buy some $1,500 shoes, some $5,000 shoes, but you won't go take $100 and change, get rid of your slave name, have some pride. You know what I'm saying? Talking about they not like us. No, they not like us because they ain't got our name. They got their name. So no, they not like us. They really Zawinski. Who is you? They can trace their family all the way to Europe. You can't trace your family. Ain't no Native American named Stewart or Richardson. You understand? How you go about changing and choosing a name? You just choose one. You go pick something you like that fits you. Do some studying. I picked Pharaoh because that was my title. That's not my name. I got that from Dick Gregory. Dick Gregory named his daughter Mrs. because he said they would never call a black person Mrs. or Mr. or Mrs. So he made her first name Mrs. So they always call her Mrs. So I took that part and put Pharaoh. Pharaoh's not really my first name. Pharaoh's my title. So I used Pharaoh as my title for when I go to court and stuff. My first name is Ramesses. So my name is Pharaoh Ramesses. My last name is El-Aton because my guru and my teacher, there was already some Atons. There was already some Atons around here. So the Aton was already it. So it was a whole bunch of Atons when I came into my Kemetic teachings. So I just made mine official. Ramesses El-Aton. Ramesses means son of the sun. El means God. Aton, son of the sun. Son of the sun and God of Aton. The Aton. The Aton was put together by Akhenaten. And Akhenaten had the Aton was a symbol of the sun. And the Aton is anti-mosque, anti-church, anti-synagogue, anti-priest. Because the concept is that you can go directly to God. You don't got to go to the priest. You don't got to go to the church. You ain't got to go to the mosque. The Aton is just, God is just like the sun. It's for everybody. And you can go directly to God. So Akhenaten used the symbol of the sun to be like God is for everybody, just like the sun is for everybody. Because these churches and synagogues and mosques be lying to you and snaking you and making you come through their religion to find God. What kind of God would make you come through a religion? What kind of God you got to be in religion to be in touch with God? What kind of God gonna make you pray 5 times a day? That sounds like a nut. What kind of God would have you praying to him all the time? If you was a God, wouldn't you make everybody to be able to work on their own, or would you make everybody dependent on you if you was God? If you was God, everybody would have to depend on you. Everybody would have to pray to you. You wouldn't make people to do for themselves, so you raise your son to come to pray to you every day. You raise your daughter to come to your house every day. Your daughter and son got to call you every day. They got to come see their mommy and daddy every day when they grow. You don't raise your children to be able to do for themselves? So you trying to tell me God made me where I got to be a cripple and a dependent on God? God didn't make me independent? What kind of motherfucking God is that? What kind of God made me where I need God? If God made you where you need God, why you ain't got to remind yourself to breathe? Huh? Why you breathe automatic? Why you can see automatic? If God made you got to pray to God, shouldn't you have to get up and turn your lights on and turn your breath on? You ain't got to turn your breath on, right? You ain't got to turn your lights on. Your shit work, right? All right, then. That means you independent. God breathing for you? Make it make some sense. Who wants a stupid God that would make me what I need her? That would be a dumbass God. A really intelligent God would make you so you can do what you do. A real intelligent God wouldn't want to be bothered with you. A real intelligent guy make you and you go on about your way. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying. You understand what I mean? So I wasn't just listening to Malcolm X. I went and did what he said. I'm really that. I did it as a baby. I was 23. I'm 67. Do the math. 33, 43, 53, 63, 64, 65, 66, 66. I changed my name 44 years ago. Soon as I became adult enough to do it, I got that out of there. And all the people call me Ramesses. My name was Ramesses, Ramesses, Ramesses. That's why if you go tell people, it's a brother named Pharaoh, he from Chicago, they might not know who I am. But if you say Ramesses, they might know who I am. Nobody ever called me Pharaoh. Pharaoh was my title. People started calling me Pharaoh when I went to the county jail, and the guards called me Pharaoh. And the Blackstones and the Vice Lords say, your real name, Pharaoh? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, that's powerful, Joe. That's powerful, Joe. Your real name, Pharaoh? And that's how I got plugged in with the Vice Lords and the Four Corner Hustlers, like honorary. I didn't have to do nothing or nothing like that. I didn't have to prove nothing or no shit like that. They already knew what the fuck it was. They know ain't no bitch nigga changing ain't that. They know don't play with me. If I went and changed my name when I was in my 20s, what the fuck you think I'll do to you? I don't really be playing like that. I'm really that. But I'm just saying, I'm really that. So they honorary. They made me honorary. They let me pick which gang I wanted to be in. Straight up. I'm the only one that picked the one I wanted to be. You better ask somebody. I'm the only one. Because I really read Malcolm and I was really standing on what Malcolm was talking about. I didn't want no slave name. I didn't want to stay stuck. I listened. I went around my scholars. And when Dick Gregory told me to eat better, I ate better. When Dr. Ben taught me all the history, I listened. When Sunrise gave me knowledge, I listened. I really listened to my elders and to the wise ones before me. And I followed and did what I was supposed to do. And I grew and I grew. And I grew and I was so serious. Till today came. I'm the motherfucker now. I'm Malcolm. I'm Sun Ra. I'm Dr. Vietnam. I'm the big man. Yeah, I'm really him. Not a joke. I'm really him. And I got love for the people. So the people got love for me. I don't have to look over my back. I don't have to look over my back when I'm walking around through Chicago. I do everybody right. I don't do no scumbag stuff. I only do righteousness. And whatever you are, that's why I'm a mirror. So if you're an angel, I'm an angel. If you're a devil, I'm a demon. Whatever. However you want to do it. I come over here to talk to people so they can hear what I think. I'm not here trying to make nobody believe nothing. I just feel like you need to hear what other people think. Older people, people that experience, they don't ever want to talk to you young people. I'm the only one to talk to the young people. You understand? I come to talk to the young people so you can hear what I said and then you could think yourself. And then when you go out here in the life, you look, you're like, man, this is what he was talking about. That's it. That's all I'm doing. That's why I don't be listening to nobody because I'm not here to listen to nobody. I'm here just to tell y'all. I'm not here to try to change nobody's mind or nothing. I'm just here to tell you, and then you heard what I said, and then you go out in life and you deal with it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not here to change nobody's mind. You got to change your own mind. I'm not no mind changer. I just give you the information. Then you got the information and you go with it. But if you don't take the information and use it, you stupid. If somebody been a vegan for 47 years, they ain't ate no meat, and you don't listen to them, you dumb as hell. Because I am the new generation. Y'all the babies of the new generation. I'm the change from when they came from the South and picking cotton. I'm the change. I'm the one this is all over with. I'm the one, I don't do drugs. I don't take chemicals. I don't do chemicals. You see, I'm drinking out of glass. This soursop tea. We bringing the old knowledge from the ancient times into now. We're not going to let these people fill us full of plastic and aluminum and poison. And we're not going to be afraid of nobody. Can't nobody do nothing to y'all. If they just think about doing something to you, this whole country will catch on fire and flood. All they got to do is think it. And tornadoes and storms, they hit them. That's a fact. Why you think they on fire now and they shit burning up? Because they got bad thoughts about us. So they got to go put the fires out. They got to go do shit. You got a little shit to do. Come back and try to kill me later when you get finished saving your own ass. Because just looking at me crazy, a tornado will come to your house. Like, leave black people alone. We the original people. We y'all motherfuckers, big brothers and big sisters. And the black people in America is the super holy of the holy. That's why you was picked for this mission. Everybody couldn't come on this mission. Everybody couldn't come in the belly of the beast like that. And you got a special mission. When you go get a slave, you don't get the dummy. You're going to get the smartest one. You're going to get the one that got the best cotton, and you're going to bring him and his cotton over here and make him grow it and pick it. The best cotton in the world is Egyptian cotton. Go to one of your fashion malls and tell them you want a white Egyptian cotton shirt, brothers, and see what it costs you and see how long it lasts. 85 to 90% of y'all is from ancient Egypt. That's where you from. That's where you from. The Egyptian embassy will tell you. If you think you're a Hebrew Israelite, that's because you mixed with them. The black Hebrew Israelites and the black Egyptians, they was mating. That bloodline is mixed. Ain't no more of that no more. Ain't no more of that. The bloodline been mixed. Why you think y'all all circumcised? Because you got that from the Hebrew Israelite brothers and sisters. That's was from there, but they don't remember where they from. You know, it never tell Hebrew Israelite brothers where they was from before they was in Israel. That part don't get explained. But if there was a great flood and they was on the ark, that means all of us come from Noah. So how you different? How you a Muslim? How you a Hebrew? How you all this? When Noah and his family was the only one survived, which means we all come from Noah. So how we all these different religions? Noah wasn't no Hebrew Israelite because there was no such thing yet. There wasn't no religion yet. You know what I'm saying? Ain't had no religion. Religion is some new shit. You know how long you was here before you became a religious person? What religion was Adam and Eve? Exactly. Was they Muslims? What was Adam and Eve? They was Muslims, they was Christians. What was they? They wasn't shit. There wasn't none of that. That's new shit. That's all bullshit, okay? That's bullshit. Religion is bullshit, okay? Religion is trash. It's bullshit. It's a form of division. That's all it is. It's not real. Religion is make you join something so you be different than the other person and join the other one. That's all it is. You just a person just like everybody else. As your great-great-grandparents say, your mouth cut the same way everybody else's mouth cut. Now, if you had a mouth go like this and you talk like that, then I'd be like, okay, you different. But every person on this planet got the same nose, mouth, eyes, same shit. Okay? You say we've been in the dark eras ever since that. You want to teach, DT want to teach on top of me. I can't stand people like that. I can't stand people like DT. When they see a brother got some knowledge, these are the type of brothers you stay away from. Because when you see somebody jump on top of you like that, they got mental issues. He can't stand to see me talking. I want to say, I'm going to add some shit to it. I'm going to add some shit. No, bitch, move out the way like a ludicrous song. You know what I mean? I don't need no salt or sugar on my shit because your shit might not be the right type of salt. I don't need you to spice up my shit, bitch. You know what I'm saying? I don't need no sugar or nothing. Thank you, no thanks. The moral of the story is y'all stop listening to these people that don't have a thorough knowledge of the history and they telling you fake stuff. Okay? Everything they telling you is fake. There was no situation where we went from conscious rap to drill. That's fake. That's all fake, fake, fake. We've had all different types of music. So how you gonna just say it was one and it went to the other one? That don't even make no sense. There wasn't even no conscious rap. Conscious rap wasn't even shit. So how you gonna say that everything used to be conscious rap? There wasn't no conscious rap. There was fun rap like Heavy D and Big Daddy Kane. They was doing dancing and fun rap. There was only a few conscious rappers. So don't let nobody tell you that the system got rid of conscious rap to push drill rap and all that. That's nonsense. Drill rap started because niggas was drilling. There's an environment where they shooting and gangbanging, and then they made shooting and gangbanging music. Nobody got nothing to do with it. They wasn't signed to no labels. There was no record label came and told Chief Keef to rap like that. He rapped and put it on YouTube. How long was it before he got a record deal? So think when these people tell you stuff. The young rappers ain't got no record deals. They label is YouTube. They rapping, they taking a phone, shooting a video, and they putting it on YouTube. There is no puppet master. That's fake. There's nobody coming to Chicago telling you rapped about killing each other. No. There's black youth that's not interested in school because it don't cater to the young black man. They hate school because it's boring. It's not set up for them. So they just outside. Here go another. NWA didn't start shit. I was in California. NWA didn't start a goddamn thing. Don't listen to Antman, another fool, come in my conversation, interrupted. Nah, I didn't get an ancestry test. My daughter went and got one. It came back Ethiopian and Egyptian. So me and her mother, we're going to go see which one of us is the Ethiopian and which one of us is the Egyptian. But my daughter did one. It came back Ethiopian and Egyptian. NWA didn't do anything but rap what was going on in LA. And NWA had nothing to do with the music being like it is now. The music is like it is now because the life we live is like it is now. It ain't got nothing to do with no influence. There's no influence. This is all organic. Everything you see is organic. The sexy music, the drip, all of that is natural, organic. Nobody is manipulating nothing. The record labels don't come until you already show them you can make some money. The record labels don't come and tell you to rap shit. Record labels been dead for years now. It depends on where you get it done at, X, Y, Z. They've been done for years. There's nobody telling them what to rap. That's all bullshit. We had the Goon Squad before drill. We had the Goon Squad in Chicago. We've been had people rapping like that. Waka Flocka, that was drill. Somebody told him to rap that. I'll fuck my money up. Now, okay, no, that was right off the dome. That's how he was feeling. There's no record label told that boy to rap that. Y'all stop listening to that. Nobody's manipulating the music. They manipulating your food. They manipulating the prices of your rent, your mortgage, your transportation, your gas. That's what they manipulating. And when they manipulate your living conditions, automatically you adjust to that. And because they manipulated our living conditions, our sons is violent and angry. They don't got to manipulate the music. All they got to do is manipulate your living environment, and you'll automatically act a certain type of way. There ain't nobody coming to tell you to rap, period. You got to rap on your own. There is no fucking record labels. They ain't come and get NBA Youngboy and Dirk and them until they made it already. I was in O-Block when Dirk and them was riding their bikes and shit, and Chief Keef and them. My daughter went to school with Chief Keef's little sister. Chief was a little boy. Keef was a little boy. I lived in O-Block. Nobody came in O-Block, told them what to rap. Record labels don't tell you shit. You got to figure it out. And the murder music don't even make no money. That's all bullshit. Dirk ain't making no money off of drill. They lying to y'all. Dirk and NBA Youngboy is making their money off that emotional shit they be rapping. Y'all got to go listen to their music. Their music not talk about shooting. They might have one song like that. If you go listen to Dirk shit, he not talking every song. I'm gonna shoot you. Next song, I'm gonna shoot you. That's not what he's rapping. Why you think all the girls go see him? They be rapping emotional shit, and I don't know why she left me in my heart. That's what they be rapping. I went to his concert. He not in there rapping kill, next song, kill. No, they rapping emotional shit, and the children can feel what they be rapping. And they try to go in the news and try to tell you they just rapping up drill and killing. No. The boys that's rapping and drilling live in war zones. That's why they rapping drilling. I live over here on 18th. They down there on 13th. We at them. They killed my brother. We killed their brother. And when we rap, that's what we finna rap about. And 3 or 4 or 5 of us is really that, and some of the guys we got in the crew ain't that. And then when you find out they ain't that, you think we are faking. But we rapping about what we really going through. We really won. And it's been like that. It's always been like that. When I started my record label, we went to record label, I had to take a gun in there. Okay? I had a 357. I had a Glock in the studio. When every day I went to the studio, the music industry with rap and stuff been dangerous. It's real gangsters in the studio. The hood be funding some of this shit. It needs to be real gangsters. There don't be no record labels. This be Lil Brono, and he taking a couple of guys in there to do some records. And he with the shit, and they with the shit. And they straight off the block. So when we go, we have to keep the crews apart. I have to keep my guys in here in the studio. He keep his guys there because they get to arguing, guns gonna come out. Because they're young and they wild. You go down, go to wherever, music garage. Go down there. Go down there one day it's busy and all them shorts were in them rooms. You'll see them. That's when I was down there. I'm standing, I'm ready to go up to the elevators. 2 dudes across the 2 little shorts. They just looking at me. I see they trying to size me up. They try to see what is up. They looking at me. They clocking. They just looked too long, so I walked over there and said, why y'all looking at me like that? Oh, no, G. I was like, oh, yeah, stop fucking looking at me like that. I said, no, y'all cool. Then I smoothed it out. Y'all cool. But stop looking at me like that. Don't you see I'm fucking 60? Don't you know I react right away? Y'all babies, y'all, I've been doing this. Don't you know I'm finna react right now? I'm finna react right now. Stop looking at me like that. I'm finna get at you right now. Okay? Y'all little boys, stay on little boy motherfucking plays. Don't be looking at me like that. You don't know me, motherfucker. So it's dangerous up in there. You know what I'm saying? Nothing but lions and cheetahs and wolves and hyenas up in there. The living conditions for the black man is horrible. Our young brothers, our children see how many murders. You know how many people our children see get shot? You know how many of their relatives get shot? You know how many fights they see? It's real bad in the black community. It's real bad. Let me tell y'all something. Let's say this is bad. This is bad. This is bad in the black community, the real black community. You know how bad drill is compared to the black community? This drill. This is how bad drill is, and this is how bad the community is. The community is way worse than drill. They can't even say everything on the drill record. The drill records is watered down. They're not telling you about the kidnappings, the tortures, the ransoms. They're not telling you about the phone calls with the chainsaws and all that, and your brother in there screaming. They ain't telling y'all that. They telling you a watered down version. It's way worse than a drill song. A drill song ain't shit. A drill song ain't shit. That ain't nothing. It's way worse than that. It's way worse than a drill song. By far. And they really hate, for real. They just full of hate. There ain't no love. You know, people talk about the music, and don't nobody love these shorties. All they get is hate. When they go to county jail, it take us, goddamn it, man, it take us 9 to 10 days to get shorty to relax and turn back to a normal human being. They just be full of hate. All different types of circumstances. Some of them young. Their mama young too. Their daddy dead. Their daddy had been in prison. Their mama been with all different kind of other dudes and shit that's mean too. All type of shit. Got beat up real bad when he was 9 by a 10-year-old. He don't ever get over that. It's bad. It's a lot of cracks and crevices in these cities. It's bad. L.A., New Orleans. Go down New Orleans playing. I bet you don't get out of there alive. Go out Dade County. Go St. Louis. Go play. Go play in any of these black neighborhoods. Go play. Where the poverty at, not where they got the nice houses. And where they got the nice houses, they bad over there too. Don't let it fool you because they got a parking nice house. That don't mean nothing. Their mom and daddy moved over there. They don't really want to be over there. They want to go back to the hood. But their mom and them moved over there. The black neighborhood is a war zone. For real. It's dark as hell in the black neighborhood for the young black man. He ain't got no love at all. These young brothers, they don't like no woman. They don't like no. That's why they call them bitches. They don't like them. They don't like them at all. They really don't like the young black women. They don't like them at all. I'm telling you. It's so bad that if one of them like their girl, they're going to say, he a bitch. They don't look down at you if you got feelings for a girl. If you break up with a woman you got feelings for, they look down at you. If you got a woman, a girlfriend, and she go sleep with somebody else and you get mad, they look down at you. That's how cold their hearts is. They look at you like you Willie Lumber, you a goofy. What you care about that bitch for? I'm telling you, it's extremely cruel. It's affecting the women. The women is cruel. You know what I'm saying? The women is the same way. These women will lay you down. These women will pop you in Chicago. I'm telling you the real. They ain't see on YouTube. They don't want you to talk about all this type of stuff. I don't know what they want you to talk about. You can't. We can't have no. I already got my channel where no children can watch. So I figured why we can't have adult conversation. Ain't no children. It's that bad. It's so bad. Don't do no arguing. Don't do no arguing. Let it go. Go get in your car and go. You listen to me, Black America? Don't you get in no argument at the store or nothing. It's gonna go it's gonna go, you're not gonna believe where it's gonna go. It's gonna go further than what you think. Just let it go and go home and get home safe. This has not been manipulated by no record labels. It's really like that in the hood. And it's even worse if they don't get all these Venezuelans and stuff like that, because where they at, it's a worse form of this. But they don't got guns. They got machetes and hatchets and knives. But it's the same thing where they coming from. For real. That's why they can't let them just be up here like that. They need to be vetted. You just can't let them people come up here like that. Everybody's coming from hard situations, from horrible ghetto situations, like bad situations, extreme violence. And a young man, when he grew up around extreme violence, he ain't got no choice but to pick up extreme violence if he gonna survive. You either gonna survive or you're not. So when you see the Wack 100 going off, you better believe that. You better believe Wack got issues. He not playing. The only thing stopping him from crashing out is his age. But when you see him and he start talking about on Peru and all that, that's for real. Like that PTSD is for real. Cause I do that shit. So I know he ain't lying. I know it's real. And people say, Oh, you too old for that. If you think I'm too old to act like that, that means you don't understand the hood. That means you in good shape. That's good for you. You don't understand. That's a good thing you don't understand. Because it ain't nothing that you could get over. It ain't no cure for this shit. The only cure is to try to stay around a positive environment as much as you can. But if you got that type of PTSD and you've been in that type of violence and stuff, you just ain't got no tolerance. Like your tolerance is gone. You can't repair that. You 0 to 100 real quick. You have to try to make sure you don't go to prison. You have to talk yourself into not going to prison. It's hard. And when the people like that, how you gonna get good music? So it's just crazy. They thinking they try to tell you the music is making the people like that. It's like, no, the people is making the music like that. I keep trying to tell y'all that. The people messed up. How are they gonna make good music? If you look at like the Sexy Reds and them, and if you listen to how the men talk about the women, it makes sense that's their response. They ain't got no heart either. The young brothers ain't got no love for them. So they ain't got none either. Ain't no love. Remember, bro said that how long ago? But we wasn't listening. Way back in y'all parents' day, he said what? Ain't no love in the heart of the city. Ain't no love in the heart of town. Way back in the heart of the city, always been like that. There's always been those areas where they shoot dice and somebody gets stabbed every weekend. But it wasn't all over the place. But them little dark spots now didn't spread everywhere. It always been that. It was like that when I was a kid, but it was over there where they shoot the dice in that one alley or that alley. Well, that hidden cancer has spread now to everywhere. And it's real. These young black men got crazy anger issues. You wouldn't believe it. They be in prison 20 years before they realize what they did. 15 years. Goshen, I'm trying to tell these, man, listen, I know a detective. Me and my boy. And he told us, he's a homicide detective. He said, y'all, he told me and my boy, he said, let me tell you something. He said that after they commit a homicide, he said a lot of times when they catch them, they ain't even in their right mind. They not even there. They can't question them or ask them nothing. He said that sometimes they have to lock them up for like 37 hours or whatever, right? And he said when they sober up and they go talk to them, they don't remember nothing. And he said, y'all, I'm a top detective. I've been doing this 30 years. I know when you lying. He said they really don't remember. They don't be lying. They don't remember. He said they be on them drugs, had them that far gone that when they come back, they don't know what they did. That's why you see so many of them. You ever notice how many of them is committing these murders and getting caught on film? You know why? They don't know where they at. They own them drugs. They don't even know they on film. They don't even know they on film. They gone. That's why they getting caught like that. You ever ask yourself why they getting caught like that? Because they be out their mind. Just like you got food, you got angel food, you got devil's food. Same thing with the drugs. You got drugs that's straight satanic. When you take them, you be like the devil for real. I kid you not. Man, listen, this is going to be in my book, but I'll tell y'all this. I think I was like 18. I was like 18, maybe going on 19. I worked at a book factory with my auntie, and I had got a hold of this drug called angel dust. And I sniffed a little bit of that stuff. And I was working with a new worker. And do you know, I wanted to kill him for nothing. I was just looking at him, thinking about killing him. I never forget that shit. Because I caught myself. And I'm like, what the hell? And you know, the crazy thing is, the drug was so powerful that when I seen how he was looking at me, I could tell he wanted to kill me. Or at least I thought maybe it was the drug. I never touched that stuff no more. I said, man, I wanted to kill the man for nothing. I kid you not. I wanted to kill him. I didn't even know him. He had just got on the machine with me. We was on the machine to cut the books. And I'm just looking at him full of hate for no reason. I don't even know his name. I wanted to kill him. And I caught myself and I'm thinking, what the hell I was just full of evil from nowhere. I wasn't number 18. I wasn't old enough to be evil. I wasn't even evil. I wasn't even no killer. I wasn't in no gang or nothing. I was raised in a nice home with mother and father and all that. It was that stuff, whatever it was. I swear to God, I'll never forget that shit. I would have killed that man and then came to, and I wouldn't know what to say. I wouldn't have knew what to say. They would have had me in the jail, question me. I wouldn't have knew what to say. I wouldn't know what to say. I would have just went to prison. Because these things, you know what I'm saying? I often thought that they be taking scales off of some of these fallen angels and putting them in that shit. That's what I'm thinking. Like, man, you know what? They going wherever these dragons at and these Lucifer creatures is at, and they taking their scales and crunching that stuff up and putting that stuff in stuff. I used to be thinking that, and I always be, now I'm to the point I'm saying a lot of things I be thinking, because they call it, yeah, it was angel dust, but it ain't angel dust, that shit devil dust. It was angel dust. That's what it was. I remember. That was before they had mint leaf. That was back when you used to snort it, because they had the mint leaf where you used to snort it. Then they had it where you put on the mint leaf, and then out in California they put it on the sherm stick. There ain't nothing angelic about it. That's just devil dust. But it definitely seems like it's some particular type of alien substance on it. Like it ain't from the earth like that. I'll tell you another story. This happened at the book factory. You know, you young be experimenting. So I had a break. So I walked from the book factory all the way to the back. And I got back there and a bunch of the brothers was in the back. And one of them, he was a heroin addict. He had broken somebody's house and he had stole some stuff they call tack. And I think tack is like animal tranquilizer, right? I'm 18, so I snort this shit, right? I snort this shit. And I think I snorted too much. So now I'm walking back from the back of the factory in the factory, and I can't tell if my feet hitting the ground, and I'm paranoid. Can anybody tell I'm this high? So as I'm walking, this is a crazy story. It's going to be in my book. I see the boss coming towards me, and he's walking right to me. And when he gets to me, he say, Kid Funk, come here, I got something you to do. So instead of go back to where I work at, he took me over to where my auntie is bagging these books, and they had these Bibles. And the Bibles had like the raised print, so they was all black and glossy, so you couldn't see it say the Bible unless you looked close. And they was getting cut, so the white dust from the pages was getting on them, and he wanted me to wipe them down before they box them up. So I got to sit next to the conveyor belt when I'm too high to work, and all I had to do was wipe these Bibles off, right? So when the Bibles was past me, a group came and something told me to get one because I was fascinated. And when I picked up the Bible and opened it, all the pages was blank. All the pages was blank. And I guess something told me that's how your life gonna be if you don't leave them drugs alone. All the pages was blank. Now, let me make some sense. Before they cut the books, they got these papers and you have to stack them, and they're all done at the same time. So you stack them, and that's how it's page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So obviously a machine made a mistake, and when they put all these stacks in there was some folded over pages that was blank. So it made some of the books all blank from a mistake in the printing, right? So that I know why it was blank, but what I didn't know is why was I told to grab one of the blank ones? And I wish my mother would have kept that book. I had that Bible, and when I opened it, it wasn't nothing in it, and that freaked me all the way out because I already got a break because I probably might have got sent home because I wasn't going to be good enough to go back and work on the machine. And I already got a break where I could just lay next to the conveyor belt and rub off Bibles. And I'm rubbing off Bibles and something say, grab one. And I grabbed it and the mug was blank. I said, you know what? That's why I never did drugs. I didn't do drugs because I didn't like drugs. I didn't have no good experience with drugs. That's why I never was a drug addict. Because I weed, cool, but drugs, I didn't like drugs. I ain't like drugs. I ain't like alcohol. I ain't like nothing I can't control. I got to be able to control. So I never was alcoholic. I never was a drug addict. Because my couple times experimenting, I ain't like it. But that was crazy to pick up that Bible with no writing in it. And these are the type of warnings and stuff you get when you're young. You'll get warnings from the galaxies to try to keep your life on the straight and narrow. But don't let nobody tell you that the music is being manipulated from the system. You know what I'm saying? Because it really is bad out here. Our children is gone. They gone. You have to watch your child like a hawk, and you have to keep your child in the house as much as you possibly can. They cannot hang out unless you know the people's children that they're hanging out with and where exactly they're going to be at. Because it's not 1960 It's 2025 and it's bad out there. Drugs is 100% no good. Drugs are no good for you. Drugs are something that you take because you did not take care of yourself. And because you did not take care of yourself, now you got to go to a pharmaceutical. Your medicine is in your food. Okay? There is no drug that can help you. Drugs correct something that you messed up, but that's sometimes. You can't count on them. They have serious side effects. And you got to always remember that everybody just out to make money. Nobody cares about you. It's all a hustle. So you can let them sell you all that stuff in the pharmacy if you want, but you can believe they just making $1. You can believe that. You can believe that. The drugs, and when I was talking about drugs, I'm talking about illegal drugs. So don't go tell these people drugs can be helpful. Drugs typically ain't no good. There's always a natural cure. You know what I'm saying? They surrender. You know what I mean? They surrender, Baby Lane, because they come down off them drugs. They be high, bro, on them drugs. They be high. You look at some of these crimes, you could tell. You said that don't make no sense. They just jumped out that car and did that like that. They know cameras everywhere. They high. Go back and look at footage of all the crimes they filmed and look at it really close. Nobody in their right mind will do that. They be high and dumb. They don't go to school or nothing like that. They don't pay no attention. Their comprehension skills is low and they on drugs. Powerful, they be taking powerful drugs, okay? Listen, they be taking powerful shit. All them perks and stuff, they be taking a lot of that shit. They be taking a lot of that stuff, man. I'm trying to tell you. You watch. It's 2025. Watch the drug addiction by 2030 from this era. Watch when it all come out. Because it's been going downhill since the promethazine. I remember I lived in O Block and we would go to pick my daughter up from school, and outside the Walgreens, it's just lean bottles all on the ground. I said, they drinking this much of this shit? Yeah, Mo 3, yeah. When you mix uneducation, no education with drugs, you got a disaster. Look at Big U. He don't got no sense. He got the mind of like a fourth grader, fifth grader. He just knows some grown stuff, but his mind is like a fourth or fifth grade. That's why he going to prison. He ain't got no real grown man, man. That's why he going to prison. Just look at the stuff he doing. Anybody would know they get caught for that. Look at Brick Baby and Loose Cannon. Look how they was talking right on the camera. Totally uneducated. Like, think about it. They really slow. Like, really slow. Nobody would get on the camera and say all that. They ain't got on camera, told the whole thing. I seen Brick Baby lean back in this whole gun show, and he a felon. And he on Adam 22 with a gun in his waist and let it get recorded. His drug addiction problem, Brick Baby's, is horrible. You can see he be so messed up sometimes. It's like, damn, man. And then they go to prison. Then your son get in trouble. He got to go in there with them. Yeah, you go in there with them, man. They so messed up. They ain't in jail trying to figure out how they can get a fix in jail. They dope sick and everything. They be sick for about 2 weeks. Look at Blueface. Why you think he got locked up? Now all over they saying fentanyl. Fentanyl is in the fentanyl is in everything now. They putting it on the marijuana. They putting it in the vape pens. It's in everything. They telling you to get Narcan. They telling everybody using a vape pen, get Narcan. I swear to God, look it up. It's in everything. Look it up. That's why you got to get your survival stuff, because the only way this could be fixed is flooded, caught on fire, and started all over. Can't fix this planet. It's got to be destroyed. It's finna be bad. And I'm finna go. I got some more lives I got to do, but also the weather finna be crazy this weekend. So watch the weather today, tomorrow. Watch the weather all the way through Saturday. Watch the weather. It's supposed to be bad. And stay positive. And don't do drugs. Stay out of crimes. And watch your children. Okay? Watch your children. Find things for them to do in the house. Watch your babies. Don't send your babies out there looking for friends. We ain't living in that kind of world no more. We ain't living in that type of world. We living in a mess right now. Okay? Real talk. Victory.